بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على أشرف خلق الله نبينا وسيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. Our Honorable Chief Guest, Your Excellency Nasser bin Khamis al-Jashmi, Secretary General, Ministry of Finance, Your Excellency Dr. Rashid bin Safi al-Harabi, Chairman of the Tender Board, Your Excellency Sheikh Salim bin Mustahil al-Ma'ashini, and Honorable Salam Saeed al-Shakhsi, CEO of Al-Izz Islamic Bank, and of course, Mr. Saleh bin Nasser al-Araimi, Chairman of Al-Izz Islamic Bank, Your Excellencies, distinguished speakers, panelists, and guests, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. We welcome you today to the OER Supply Chain Conference 2019, presented by Al-Izz Islamic Bank. My name is Murtada Al-Lawati. I'm the AGM, Head of Marketing and Corporate Comms at Al-Izz Islamic Bank, and today I will be the host for the rest of the day. Now, it's a niche knowledge platform on supply chain and logistics to exchange information on the best practices, explore new business opportunities, adoption of latest digital technologies, and most importantly, transforming the industry through innovation and a concentration on in-country value. The exceptional supply chain and logistic companies, industry leaders with notable achievements and innovative processes and solutions will be recognized and felicitated as well with relevant awards during the day. Now, before we start the proceedings, I want to take the opportunity to thank everyone who was involved in this on behalf of OER, the lead presenter, Al-Izz Islamic Bank, our support partners and exhibitors, including Business Gateway International, Jaeger, and Gulf Petrochemical Services and Trading, our media partners, including BusinessLive.com, Times of Oman, Al Shabiba, Alam Al-Iqtisad Wal-A'mal, Oil and Gas Review, and Dossier, plus our print partners, Al-Anan Printing. And today's event, of course, is managed by UMS Live, the specialist events and conference arm of United Media Services. Today's event is live streaming on YouTube as well, so you could follow the live updates on Twitter and on Instagram as well. Now, to begin the proceedings, firstly, I'd like to invite the Honorable Salam Saeed al-Shakhsi on stage to deliver the welcome address. He's been leading Al-Izz Islamic Bank as the CEO since 2014. Under his inspiring leadership, Al-Izz Islamic Bank has emerged as one of the market leaders, providing innovative financial solutions and products adhered by Islamic Sharia. He's a member of Oman State Council and Deputy Head of its Economic Committee. He's also on the board of Oman Oil and Orpec Group, Al-Raft Fund, and Oman Banks Association, apart from a number of other leading companies and institutions. Mr. Shakhsi has been a recipient of a number of industry awards, including Banker of the Year and the top 10 CEOs of Sharia-compliant banks in the region. Please help me in welcoming the Honorable Salam Saeed al-Shakhsi to the stage.
شكرا مرتضى. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه أجمعين. راعي حفلنا معالي ناصر بن خميس الجشمي الموقر، أمين عام وزارة المالية، أصحاب المعالي وأصحاب السعادة، ضيوفنا الكرام، السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. نرحب بكم أجمل ترحيب في مؤتمر سلسلة الموردين الذي يهدف الوقوف على احتياجات الشركات والمؤسسات الفاعلة في مختلف القطاعات الاقتصادية في السلطنة، والتي تهدف إلى تحسين شبكات التوريد أو سلسلة التوريد supply chains الخاصة بها لتحقيق أقصى قدر من الكفاءة والربحية. وأرجو أن تسمحوا لي الآن أن ألقي الكلمة باللغة الإنجليزية. Your Excellencies, Your Excellency Nasser al-Jashmi, Secretary General of Ministry of Finance, Your Excellencies, honored guests, participants, I'm not very good at making these prepared speeches, so let me try and do it my way. My team prepared me a speech, and I'm going to get all mixed up if I try and read from it. So I changed it. Sorry, Murtada and team. Let me honestly start with telling you how this started out. As a bank, we do our segmentation exercise. It's as simple as that. And we say, who do we target? Which market segments do we target? Now, having worn a different hat in the oil and gas industry, I started learning very quickly and said, you know what? This is one of the mature industries. This is an area where they very carefully select who's going to be in their supply chain. They qualify them. They monitor them. They even help in developing them. They encourage them in using all sorts of innovation and all sorts of cost effectiveness and so on, to try really to become robust and sustainable and really reliable. The other thing is I've realized that there have been a lot of international standards that have been brought in by a lot of large global players, such as safety standards and all sorts of other very effective standards that have helped this supply chain really become what it is today in the oil and gas. I'm just giving an example. This is how we started out. But as we went along, I realized that there are other supply chains. Also, we as a country have now challenges in front of us, and we are focusing on diversifying our economy. And of course, to diversify our economy, we need to ensure that we have solid supply chains to support those sectors that we wish and target to diversify into, because obviously it's been a critical success factor with the oil and gas industry, and we've seen a lot of success stories. We've reached, I think, a point, and correct me if I'm wrong, anyone here in the oil and gas, where we've seen some interesting innovation happening within the supply chain. And obviously, one of the things that we look at is scale, because companies have managed to scale up. Hence, in looking at this, I was quite intrigued, honestly, and I thought, why not, or what if we were able to transfer some of these experiences that we've seen and successes in the oil and gas sector, and help them sort of transfer some of this success to some of the other sectors that we have in Oman. Now, I'm not trying to say that there are no other successful supply chains. We have, the telecoms. We have other sectors that are quite mature as well. But I'm just giving it as an example. So I thought, why not have a forum, where we would allow the participants in the various supply chains to share information, to share success stories, to share practices, and maybe crossbreed a little bit, cross-fertilize, and see if we can, have, or start some very strong supply chains in the other industries that we're targeting in our diversification initiatives in the government. And hence, we are here today, So, one of the other things I'm glad that Muqtada has mentioned is in-country value. That's another very important initiative that I think the oil and gas industry started off. And I would very much welcome that this initiative of in-country value that helps, enhance our, our employment and capabilities and, spending in the country and all sorts of other benefits that it brings to the overall economy, not just the sector that it is involved with. But I think these are really good success stories that we need to hopefully transfer to the other sectors that we have in the country. Well, with that sort of dream in mind, I want to keep my speech short. I wish to pass on the discussion to the people who really know what they're talking about, the panelists and the experts. and from the various companies and from various supply chains. Again, I thank Your Excellencies and all our distinguished guests. And certainly, I also would like to extend a thank you to OER, who've partnered with us on this. However, for the future, I want this to be only the first in a series of many. This is a first, and hence we'll be learning. But I think we need to continue with a series of these where hopefully we'll see some innovation also within how it's being done, and hopefully that we can get help from some of the participants in the supply chains, so it can be a lot more exciting and a lot more cutting edge. I like that stuff. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Salam, for that inspiring welcome note. Please give him a big round of applause. So we're now going to invite our first presenter of the day, Mr. Faris Al-Kharousi, Business Transformational Principal Consultant in Petroleum Development Oman. Faris has worked with the well to the wheel. He joined Shell Center in London as a graduate in 2006 and worked in manufacturing, supply and distribution, B2B, and retail. His business experience has covered portfolio, vendor management, alliances, divestments, and commercialization. Prior to that, he interned at Occidental Oil and MB Petroleum, covering reservoir modeling and well testing in the field. Now, since joining PDO in 2014, he was the head business improvement for real-time operations first, and later on Smart Field Change Manager. Last year, he reported to the CIO directly, laying the groundwork to set up PDO's first digital center of excellence. He developed PDO's position paper for the fourth industrial revolution with the Diwan think tank unit. He was a core team member of the governance stream for the Energy Labs for Tanfeed and was the PDO program committee member for the post-hydrocarbon study 2040 in the Supreme Council of Planning. He leads the commercialization of Nibras, PDO's first commercial spinout, and is today actively involved in various similar Pathfinder activities for PDO. He's also a mentor for the Google ITA SaaS first cohort. That was a very, very long introduction. Please help me in welcoming Faris Al-Kharousi to the stage.
Wow, how do you, after that kind of introduction, better live up to the expectations, huh? So, first of all, I want to thank all the excellencies for this opportunity to speak. I think opportunities like these are really important for us to network, especially across different sectors. So let's just get into it, right? Before we jump in, I want us to take a moment to reflect why an oil and gas guy is here at a supply chain conference. When I was told I had to do this before yesterday, we scrambled and we looked at all the projects we were doing in flight. And then we realized, wow, actually there's lots of synergy and there's a lot of overlap in the work we're doing, especially now that we're in a very difficult and challenging environment here in Oman. Crude's at about 53, 54 dollar a barrel. And the $100 barrel days, well, we don't know if they're coming back or not. So what does that lead us to think? What does that lead us to, how has our thinking changed in the last 4 or 5 years? Initially, people would go out and find new fields, just drill more, and just hoping another large concession would save the country. Right now, we've now started to think about digitalization, analytics, and for the last few years, we've been designing and now implementing the first batch of real-time analytic projects in PDO. So I'll touch on one for a deep dive and case study, but I want this not to be a lecture about supply chain management. I want this to be a discussion about how we look at our different workflows and how we can optimize them using the latest technologies and best practices. And the oil and gas industry, like all other industries, are going through serious disruption. People say we're very conventional because we were very profitable. But I don't believe the oil and gas industry is how should I say it, in its sunset. I believe the best of it is still in its future. And just because we're not a Facebook and Google, I think it can be very exciting for young Omanis, and we'll get to that too towards the end. So before we talk about business transformation, I want it to be under the backdrop of the fourth industrial revolution, because this is what I've been going around the last few years here in Oman, trying to get people excited about. And 4IR is not about replacing human beings with computers or robots. 4IR is about making your lives richer, personally, professionally, and most importantly, having that productivity that allows you to have the quality of life you want, both in the workplace, but also personally. There's always been this sort of fear that people are going to lose jobs as more and more workflows are automated. But the reality is, and this is a little bit of analysis BCG has done about a year or two ago, the net positive of jobs that are going to be created in the next decade are actually very, very positive across most sectors. In fact, the only sectors that we see that jobs are under threat are the ones that are very low skilled and very repetitive. So overall, a net positive for job creation. And then the other thing that we need to realize is this is not new. The Germans, the Japanese have been on this journey for a decade, and we can see the positive net worth to their economies. And it just simply changes your typical workflow and your day-to-day habits, and I'm going to talk about that too in a moment. And finally, the other big backdrop that I want to, before we go into the case study, I want to talk about people's misconceptions about the oil and gas industry. So, as a percentage, oil production globally will decline in the next 10 to 15, 20 years. But gas, fossil fuels, and their overall shares will increase because the Chinese market, the African markets, and the South Asian markets are still just getting ready to take off. So there is a slight misconception about the growth of renewables versus oil and gas. And for a non-oil gas audience, I just wanted to make sure we're all on the same page too. And finally, Oman's challenges are very similar to our challenges to our neighbors in the region, which is, unlike other developed economies, we cannibalize or we use most of our own oil and gas reserves to keep the lights on, to power our industries, for all our other sectors, to pay our bills. And that is something that optimized supply chain management can really, really help with. And now I think we've gone through all of that. I talked about the impact of jobs. We can jump in to our first case study. So about 2 years ago, we said to ourselves here in PDO, especially in the Petroleum Engineering Department, there's all this noise about artificial intelligence and neural networks and machine learning. How can we make that real? How can we prove that automating our workflows can result into millions of dollars of saved cost avoidance or minimize deferment? Well, we picked a very small field in PDO called Sayala. We picked a couple of wells, and we looked at all the subcomponents and workflows that could be optimized. And from a supply chain management perspective, that's what we're talking about today, we came up with almost 27 areas of improvement that we could tackle. 27 areas, and if it's very hard to see in that chart, but We could go on and on when it comes to inventory management, delivery of drilling equipment, pre-allocation of resources. There were a lot of things that we could have done. But we picked 3 out of the 27. And just those 3 has led to some remarkable results. Using all the data that PDO has gathered on those fields in the last 20 years, we were able to cut down human work from 2 weeks to about 12 hours. So every time a field is modeled or developed, and somebody, an engineer, has to go out and drill $1 million well, instead of it taking 2 weeks for them to decide where they are going to drill that $1 million well, and that's just the start of it. That's before it even gets fully completed, the cost goes higher. We can cut that down from 2 weeks to 12 hours. What's more amazing is we can do that now repetitively and automatically, assisting the engineers so they can even decide where it will maximize production. So I don't want to get into the engineering too much now. I was told not to get too technical. But the most important takeaway is that we were looking at the raw data of solutions from Schlumberger and other providers like Halliburton. And instead of saying, Schlumberger, can you go figure out where we should drill, PDO? We said, PDO, you have some of the smartest Armanis and expats in your own team. Let us try to do the analysis on our own and using neural networks to do it. So what we realized using blind testing, which is going into the past, if we chose to use the same methodology that we've experimented with this year, we can pick drilling ahead of time, in real time, many weeks ahead of time, and to maximize production by another 5 to 10%. So this is not going out and developing a whole new field. This is basically taking something that is a brownfield asset and maximizing the value out of it. Now that's reals for schools, for hospitals, for roads. And once again, I won't jump into the details of it, but basically the in-house analysis has led us to see where, even in the fields, we can drill where it's most optimized. Those light blue colors, or the cyan colors, would have been the places to have been best to drill 20 years ago. And the ones in the light pink or the pinkish color are the ones where you would have gotten the least amount of production. But those little red dots that you see on the screen, that's where PDO historically chose to drill. So the lessons we learned is using the latest big data systems, and I'm trying to keep this as simplified as possible, we could have optimized our drilling sequencing and saved tens of millions of dollars in the outcome. We could have also increased our activity to our supply chain partners and had them busy targeting the right territory in the concessions. For example, there. So, in summary, just one very low-level case study here. We would have conventionally saved 2 weeks of work for a team of engineers. And on top of that, for every well drilled, we would have saved $1 million just in the initial drilling, and probably another 2 to 3 million in completion activities. Not to take into account the full life cycle of production. So I know it's hard to explain the engineering portion of it, but that's basically the very high level gist of it. And that's just one case study. I like to use another one. Some people know Nebras. It's got spin out into a company called Innovatech. And Nebras is our production portal system in PDO. Initially, when Nebras just got rolled out in the early 2000s, it was named Shuruq, and Shuruq only just kept data in the eyes of engineers. Over 10 to 15 years, when the workflows were embedded in there, and the value chain of the different engineers were included in Nebras, we could see the value to the business increase. My point on this is, even though small IT projects have very low capital expenditure, their return on investment is many times that of a conventional business improvement project. Many times, sometimes many 1,000% of times. It's the reason why I always challenge people in the business who think these computer scientists and data scientists are just, nerds in the corner who should be ignored. I really believe those individuals and young Omanis like them, we should really listen to them because they've come up with some very innovative activities. And those are the things that will increase productivity and lower costs. So this is only the beginning of the journey. And as I start to think about conclusions and next steps to this, in PDO, if I was to break it into a simple picture of activities that were happening, we are still using, the red is conventional solutions. So this is where the opportunity lies for supply chain partners and alliance partners. Most of our business, or I'd say, if I was to take a proportion of it, 70% of our activities in PDO till today are conventional, are old school. They are using methodologies from the late 1990s, early 2000s. The activities that are around analytics, AI, mobility, that is just starting to break into the share of activities we're doing. And I'm sure some of my other colleagues might speak about projects they're doing in finance and projects, and I hope to hear from them too. But it's just the beginning. And it's a very exciting beginning, but my point being here is there is a lot of opportunity. And as somebody who really believes in volunteering here in Oman and spent quite a lot of it, doing a lot of it in the last few years since coming back home, I would say that most of these activities, these business transformation activities, do not happen in a vacuum. Not one ministry, not one authority, not one public sector or private sector entity can do it on its own. You need to share data, you need to collaborate, and it's very important. And I would like to conclude with this. Please, please support young Omanis. I spend a lot of time now with the individuals from the ITA SAS, and their team is doing some fantastic work in Knowledge Oasis. Last few years, I think 6 years, they've incubated more than 70 companies. Those companies, a lot of them have a supply chain component. I don't want to promote any individual companies, but they are doing things that PDO is so interested in. We've actually scoped them to do at least about 3 or 4 of those organizations to do work for us directly. And that shows you it's not about the size of the organization that can help us. Also, other entities, private sector or pseudo-private sector ones too, like Phase Ventures and others, they are also doing some interesting work around the acceleration innovation space. And I don't want to forget, because then it shows favoritism, there is a lot of other individuals you can go out to here in Oman for your niche activities. So don't just go to the international market if you have a problem, a business problem to solve. There are pain areas that can be solved by local Omani entities. That's it. So thank you very much for your time. And if you want to ask any questions, feel free to right now, I think. Yeah.
A big round of applause, please, to Faris. If anyone does have any questions, he's available throughout the conference, and he's right over there on that table, so you can approach him then. Now, before we move on, Your Excellency, I'd like to ask your permission for something, if you don't mind, يعني. I want to take a selfie, if that's okay with everybody that's here. Is that okay with everyone? Yeah? And we don't say cheese, we say al-azz, all of us, okay? Here we go, yalla. 1, okay. 1, 2, 3. Al-azz. All right, thank you very much. Now, before we move on to the panel discussion, let's have a look at the short video on our digital media partner, businessliveme.com, the preferred business news portal of corporate leaders, entrepreneurs, and policymakers who make decisions based on correct, timely, factual, and unbiased business news and derive perspectives on the ever-evolving business environment. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we live in a world that is constantly changing and evolving. If we look at Oman, the business environment is transforming, leading to new opportunities, especially in the supply chain. To understand more about it, let's go straight to our panel discussion on the topic, Emerging Business Ecosystems and Supply Chain Optimization. Our panelists with rich experience in policymaking, business strategies, entrepreneurship, venture capital, technology, logistics, supply chain, and banking will take us all through their learnings and best practices and thoughts on emerging opportunities. Our first panelist is Dr. Ziad Khamis Al-Siabi, the new Ventures Director in CC Energy. He also acts as the link between all the subsidiaries of the Consolidated Contracting Company, CCC, and all stakeholders in Oman, and sits on the board of various CCC's affiliates. A well-versed professional, Dr. Ziad has around 27 years of experience in senior management, technical and chaired boards, joint management committees, and shareholders, tenders, HR, audit, and finance committees in both the oil, gas, and energy sector. Previously, he had served as the Director General of Exploration and Production in the Ministry of Oil and Gas. He has participated and led negotiations for mega projects in Oman. Please welcome Dr. Ziad Khamis Al-Siabi to the stage. Thank you. Our next panelist is Mr. Sanjeev Madavi, Director, Technology in Oman Logistics Center, part of ASIAD. He has experienced over 22 years in the supply chain and logistics arena with a focus on new business models and value-driven technology initiatives. He's been instrumental in setting up 5 new business ventures globally in the fourth-party logistics service industry and thrives on operational excellence and technology innovation that brings business value. At ASIAD, he has been involved in implementing technology initiatives that contribute towards the Sultanate of Oman's Logistics Strategy 2040 to uplift Oman's logistics sector to global recognition. Additionally, he is also executing new technology initiatives within the ASIAD Group for supply chain management. Please help me in welcoming Mr. Sanjeev Madavi to the stage. And next we invite Mr. Abdullah Shakhsi, co-founder and CEO at Phase Ventures, to the stage. He's also the general partner of Spark Labs, Energy Accelerator, board member of Akeed, E-Mushrif, Fazero, and Shakhsi Group, and board observer at Interface Fluidics. He previously headed group operation and investment at Shakhsi Group. He has over 10 years experience managing both public and private equity portfolios. His company, Phase Ventures, is a venture capital firm and innovative platform founded to transform the region by unlocking the untapped potential for our youth, startups, and corporates with a particular focus on technologies disrupting the energy and logistics sector. Face Ventures has partnered with PDO and Oman Oil and ORPEC Group on a number of different fronts in technology and investment. Please help me in welcoming Mr. Abdullah Shakhsi to the stage. While he makes his way up, I'll invite our next panelist as well, Mr. Walid Khalid Al-Ma'wali, Senior Supply Chain Manager in Dalil Petroleum. He has over 21 years professional experience and qualification in mechanical engineering, purchase and supply, and managing contracts. His work experience covers both government and private sectors, such as electricity and water, and the oil and gas sector. Please help me in welcoming Mr. Walid Khalid Al-Ma'wali onto the stage. Our next panelist is Mr. Davi Gondam Gomez, Manager Materials in Schlumberger. He has worked extensively in multinational companies in mining, automotive, and oil and gas in Brazil and in Oman. He is a graduate in production engineering with an MBA in project management from Brazil. In his current role, he's responsible for managing all the processes of material and production planning, logistics, procurement, shipping, receiving, and warehousing. Please help me in welcoming Mr. Davi Gondam Gomez onto the stage. And to moderate the discussion panel today, I'd like to invite Mr. Mustafa Mohammed Al-Lawati. He is the AGM and the head of investment banking, project finance and syndication in Al-Azz Islamic Bank. In his illustrious career of over 15 years in the banking industry, he's been associated with transactions related to a number of prestigious projects in the oil and gas, manufacturing, tourism, power, and water, and a lot of other sectors as well. He's a Fulbright scholar and holds an MBA with a distinction from Cleveland State University. Please help me in welcoming Mr. Mustafa Mohammed Al-Lawati. All right, so Mustafa, it's over to you then.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Hello? Yeah. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Your Excellencies, honorable guests, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. We have a very interesting set of panelists with extensive experience across various industries with us. Thank you, gentlemen, for joining us today for the discussion on supply chain and related opportunities and challenges. To start the proceeding, let's go to Dr. Zayed first. Dr. Zayed, you have witnessed the growth of economy, particularly in the energy sector and associate industries first, from the government side and later from the private sector side, holding various senior positions over the past 20 years. Can you take us through Oman's growth journey as you look back, please?
Is that a question for me, Mustafa?
Sorry?
I thought we needed an economist.
I saved the best one for you.
Thank you very much. Right, well, I'm actually just a simple convert from a petroleum engineer turned into a generalist. So I did actually lived and grew in the oil and gas industry, and I think I've seen quite familiar faces in the crowd here. Now, talking about economic growth, this is quite a very broad subject. However, whatever economic matrices you would look at, and I think there is no two indifference seeing the growth of the economy in Oman for decades. Now, especially in the last, 3 decades, we've seen quite a rise in exports, the GDPs, and what have you, and the growth rate has been really also steadily increasing, and I think in the last probably 3 decades, it's hovering around the 3+%. There has been some blips here and there, especially of late. That growth, and I think we have to be very evident about it. The backbone of that growth is oil and gas. The oil and gas has actually fueled the economy in the Sultanate and will continue to grow and continue to actually lead the growth of the economy. Now, I think one of your questions is, Mustafa, is diversification. Diversification is really quite, to me, is really quite an elastic word. It's a very broad as well. How do you diversify? You can diversify within the sector. You can diversify in many sectors. And being in an oil and gas sort of person, I think we should be cognizant of the fact that the oil and gas sector has diversified within itself. Whether you talk about the E&P industry, exploration and production, you talk about the downstreams, as well as the midstream. We've really seen the growth in, production in the oil and gas. We've seen a number of downstream industries and what have you. So yes, the economy of Oman has grown and will continue to grow, but we need probably to step out of the box. And now you're actually probably putting me in front of their excellencies, where the diversification is quite a hot subject. To me, it's really quite a hot steel ball being tossed around within the quarters of a government, and it needs to be actually dealt very rapidly.
Thank you, Dr. Zaid, for your answer. So do you think the expansion of the economy within the oil and gas sector has provided tangible opportunities for local businesses? Do you feel the Omani companies, whether large or small, have risen to the occasion and optimally benefited from these opportunities, in your opinion?
Now again, actually, if we look back, decades back, the oil and gas sector has really seen a sea change, at really all levels. Whether you're talking about the enlarging the operator base, going back to the 70s and 80s, we used to see really a handful of operators in the country. Now we're seeing over 20, 25 operators with different nationalities, some big, some small, some mediums. So really that has actually grown. You're talking about also the service companies. I'm sure many of us would, years back, you would only know about Schlumberger or Halliburton or what have you. But now we're actually see Omani companies really competing head-to-head with these multinational service companies. We're actually quite proud of that. The establishment of also the super LCCs, the local community contractors, is really, really a very important step that has been led by the government, especially the Ministry of Oil and Gas. And they're really doing quite an important role in the oil and gas sectors. Yes, when we actually started this, I'm sure His Excellency Nasser would agree, we didn't have actually a structured approach. We really used to push the local company into the operators. Yeah, you really have to do them. And we're just keeping our hand in our heart that the local Omani companies will not actually commit the mistakes. And proudly, they have actually, met their targets, and they're actually growing and actually doing their best. So yes, are we going to still, stay at that level? No, there are a lot of real opportunities awaiting the local companies. But again, as Faris was saying, they need a lot of support. And we all have to actually support them actually grow.
Thank you, Dr. Zaid. Abdullah, You are one of the most enterprising young business leaders in the country. You have co-founded the first venture capital company, and you're promoting the young entrepreneurs with great innovative ideas. Tell us about your thoughts on how venture capital is transforming the future of the region, especially in the energy and logistics sector, please.
First of all, thank you for having me. I think it's almost synonymous now, venture capital and innovation. And what we're seeing right now in the region is a huge kind of emergence of the various parts of the ecosystem, from venture capitalists to incubators, accelerators, other activities in the space that's kind of building a very diverse ecosystem that's yielding its first few results, in my opinion. If you look at the UAE, you see, the recent exits with Souq and with Kareem, kind of getting the region excited about what the venture capital ecosystem can produce, basically. Here in Oman, it's still early days, but as mentioned in the introduction, we've been working very closely with PDO and now, to some extent, exploring collaborations with ASIAD and Oman Oil Orpic in terms of how we can bring that innovation and scale it across a very unique platform that we have here in Oman, which is a quite consolidated logistics and energy sector. I see a lot of corporates really eager to engage with that ecosystem and tap into that innovation that's coming out of the startup space. But I think what PDO has done should be taken as a serious example and a case study of how to do this. Really what the corporates have is operational scale. And then what the venture capital ecosystem have and the startups have are, experimental test hubs that can move fast and fail fast and try out many different things. And when you combine those two things together, you have a laboratory, basically, where you can run these experiments across, your operations. And if you do it right, you can, ring fence that risk, and as a corporate, share in the success and the growing case studies that are coming out of the startup ecosystem and venture capital ecosystem right now. So like one of the examples of that through our collaboration with PDO, we launched Spark Labs Energy, which is a energy accelerator program. It's the first in the region that focuses on energy and one of the few in the world that works in the space. It looks for disruptive technologies in the energy sector, and it seeks to deploy those technologies across PDO's operations. Now, when we partnered with PDO, they could have easily called this, PDO's incubator or accelerator, and refused to engage the broader ecosystem. But actually, what they did is they said, we want to support this as a standalone project that can bring together many people within the ecosystem onto this platform. And what we can provide in this picture is, as I mentioned earlier, an operational platform that is scaled. And what the startups can offer is their technologies, what venture capitalists can offer is their equity investments and their radar function of all the stuff and technologies that they see. And we can kind of come together onto this platform and extract value from this ecosystem rather than trying to have this mentality of just doing everything on their own. So I see a lot of exciting stuff coming out. The accelerator program's now on its second cohort. We're in the process of raising a follow-on fund now that's going to focus on disruptive technologies in energy and logistics. So I think maybe 3 to 5 years from now, you may see some exciting stories coming out of Oman in particular in this space.
Thank you, Abdullah, for the extensive explanation. If I can just touch upon one subject that interested me in your answer was, in your opinion, how can corporates engage the startups ecosystem? Because you've mentioned you've got a lot of success from PDO and possibly the likes of the other sovereign entities, but possibly for corporates, how can they get engaged in this?
We're constantly in conversations with corporates who are looking to see how they can extract value. I think the wrong approach is to think that your job as a corporate is to bring the innovation to the table. You have your innovation in your core business. Your job is to offer your operational platform because you have scale. That's what the startups don't have. They have, you know, through just sheer numbers, the ability to innovate because, you know, whereas there's one of you, there's thousands of them, and they can each experiment in a slightly different way to produce, you know, an interesting new way of looking at things. And what your job is to kind of watch that space and work with people who are watching that space and selectively take those innovations and try to scale them across your organization. First, in a controlled manner, so, you know, in the oil and gas industry, there's a lot of, you know, HSE that's involved, there's a, you know, capital-intensive equipment involved, so we have to really consider how to pilot and all of that. So if we can do it in the oil and gas sector, I'm pretty sure you can do it in any other sector in a similar way, basically.
Thank you, Abdullah. Sanjeev, you have been implementing technology initiative for Oman's Logistics Strategy 2040 to uplift the Sultanate's logistics sector. Can you tell us about the digital transformation taking place in the logistics sector and how are you enabling it, please?
I think before I start the discussion around transformation in logistics, of course, in praise of PDO, I definitely need to mention that digital transformation in logistics is not new to Oman. I was fortunately part of the fourth-party logistics team in PDO, which actually set the ball rolling in digital transformation within the oil and gas sector, specifically for upstream logistics, which is a very, very niche and complex area. So this has been a journey that Oman has already undertaken over the last 2 decades, if I might call it so. However, logistics as a subsector of supply chain, and when we say supply chain, it's all about visibility and planning, and logistics is all about the execution as well as the traceability and providing the right kind of service. We feel that technology today has a very, very crucial role. And what I mean to say by that is that today it's all about trying to get a digital business ongoing in most of the service sectors, as you can see. And logistics is no exception. So we realize more and more work is now being done digitally. The processes are being done, you know, managed by people on an automated basis. There is a lot of collaboration that has to happen between different stakeholders for logistics and supply chain. And all of this boils down to the golden word, as you mentioned, digital transformation. We have several facets within the Oman Logistics Center, which is, of course, the strategy implementation arm for the SOLS 2040. But under the umbrella of ASIAD, we have also the corporate governance available to us, where we can execute a lot of transformation internally within our group of companies. But for the sector in general, there is a very strong focus on 3 areas. We always look at education, which is to nurture the sector's understanding of logistics and technology and how the two can combine together to really bring a lot of profit, a lot of cost efficiency, and a lot of improvement in the employment skills. And second, apart from that, we have the strong element about incubation. You know, in fact, touching upon Abdullah's earlier statement, one of the primary pillars for us is to incubate a lot of startups in the logistics and technology space. We have started our own incubation efforts through our IBHAR program. But at the same time, we're also constantly looking for partners and also trying to go out within the Oman ecosystem and, you know, sit with other entities and also entertain their programs like IJAD, for example. So we are trying to go all out and trying to look at digital transformation from the purpose of incubation within the country, educating the sector, bringing the skill set. So again, training programs and trying to bring and uplift the sector skills to what global standards can be. So Oman can actually compete head-to-head with most of our neighbors within the region as well as globally as a digitally logistics-oriented economy. And that's the primary goal that we are trying to address here.
Thank you, Sanjeev. Before we move on to the next question, let's do an audience poll. Kindly follow the instructions as seen on the screen to answer the following question. Do you think supply chain has become more critical in impacting a company's efficiency and profits? I repeat the question. Do you think supply chain has become more critical in impacting a company's efficiency and profits? I guess we'll give the audience a few seconds. This question is relevant under a tough economic environment and pressure on the bottom line for most companies, irrespective of which industry they operate in. Wow, that I haven't seen such a result, mashallah. So I think 100% of the people believe that supply chain is becoming more critical in impacting the efficiency of profits. So Sanjeev, what are the emerging supply chain models and how are they impacting a company's efficiency and bottom line, please?
Thanks. I think I came across a quote very recently, and this was about how the world is transforming today. Of course, it might sound very cliched and a lot of business jargon, but they say that today we are living in the age of a hyperdrive change. The change is so hyperactive. Everything around us is changing. It was not the earlier times where, of course, say 20 years ago, you would be able to recruit people in 45 days. Now it's taking 90 days. You could complete supply chain activities earlier in a week span. Now it takes 3 weeks. So the expansion, the globalization, and the mass consumerization, all of it has impacted supply chain very, very strongly. But at the same time, the profits and the efficiency will naturally tend to deteriorate because you have more stakeholders to engage, you have more people to collaborate with. The only way that supply chain models today have to evolve is, again, going back to this concept of collaboration and co-optation. Nevertheless, if you're looking at global players, for example, Samsung and say another company in a different domain altogether, Woolworths, they are in completely different domains, but they are servicing maybe the same markets. Maybe some of them have markets within Oman. Now the idea is wherever there is a collaborative effort that can help you reduce your costs, your expenses, streamline your processes, provide you the first mile and the last mile connectivity. Because supply chains globally are very, very proficient when it comes to shipping lines, moving goods across containers, from ports to ports, and airlines moving it across, the different airports. Nevertheless, the challenge that we face today in Oman is the last mile delivery. From the time a container is offloaded at the port to the time it reaches the consumer, could be PDO, could be an institution, or could be a consumer who's requesting some goods from an e-commerce site. The challenge is about how that last mile delivery can be executed. This requires a lot of coordination, a lot of collaboration, and more importantly, proficiency in what you do. Today, if I may say so, one of the challenges that we face in Oman is about the addressing system. If I were to have an addressing system which I can give to a logistics service company or an express parcel e-commerce company, they will be able to deliver goods much faster to the consumers. And that again is the hallmark of where the service comes in. So in addition to efficiency around cost, service excellence, operational excellence is another area that we must constantly focus on. And I think those two areas together will definitely drive a lot of profits as well as cost optimization. So profits for us is maximizing, revenue maximization, and cost reduction. All of these are levers which will definitely come through the supply chain, and that is a strong competitive advantage people are using. Many of our neighbors, regional partners, are using supply chain and logistics as a competitive tool. And I think it's about time that Oman now rises to the challenge and says, we are no less, we are actually at par in providing the same level of excellence in supply chain and logistics services, and that we are as proficient and efficient with our Omani workforce, our skill sets, and the education that is provided within the institution. So we'll have a stronger generation of supply chain experts and logisticians coming in the future.
Thank you, Sanjeev. Al-Walid, you have been leading the supply chain management role in Dalil Petroleum. Could you advise us on how do you manage the supply chain process in your organization, and how has it changed over time?
First of all, thank you for having me today here. Actually, we should agree that, as a fact, oil and gas sector is one of the main contributors to our economy. So, as a result, it also shows that everyone believes on the importance of supply chain. And if you are dealing with this kind of business, coping with the change, and as a dynamic requirements as well, you have to be up to date. I'll go back up to 2010 when we do realize the importance of automations and auto systems in supply chain. We are looking for productivity, we are looking for efficiency, and we are looking for accuracy and quality as well, maintaining the main requirements as compliance and also HSE requirements as well as an oil field. We launched the ERP system. We started with, at the beginning, it was a very basic requirements. You are raising a requisition in the system, and then you are following through for payment purposes. Currently, we are really proud that our full sourcing system is fully automated. And that went through a lot of development, a lot of enhancements since 2010 till now. And looking into the requirements from the early stages, where you can have the right sources, it's very important to have the right requirements at the right time as well. So without automations, without auto system, it's really a struggle. As part of the challenges in the oil field, we have to cope with those requirements. So from those days till date, we went a lot through of enhancements. So it starts from the requisition in the system. It's online sourcing, where we have a very large database. We are utilizing the GSRS system through business gateways, and that really gives a very good channel. Dealing with different stakeholders, and the suppliers are one of those main stakeholders we're dealing with. Automated system really helps a lot and improve our supply chain requirements. So as a supply chain, we're looking for managing the requirements, getting it at the right time with the quality required, and also with a good benchmark and good analysis, data analysis as well.
Thank you, Walid. I think in your response, you touched upon the impact of digital transformation and supply chain management, both in terms of efficiency and productivity. Could you also touch upon the business community and process optimization?
Great. Just to mention that when we start the process, it's basically getting the approvals through the system. We have a very clear workflow, which really help us on optimizing the processing time as well. It's also have a direct impact or direct communications with our suppliers, and also direct and instantly communications on clarification side. We have online discussion where we reach to our suppliers, they can respond to raise their clarifications, and also they can get the immediate response as well. That helps us on proceeding on our evaluations. If we have further clarifications, it can send online as well. So we received the clarifications responses. It allows us to do the full tendering process, including commercial till award with a very good time. That really having those kind of automated system, online sourcing, help on those kind of optimization, which directly impact on saving and quality as well. So with all of these fully automated systems, we're really proud that we did manage to do it. The saving on processing time itself, it reached up to 45%. So, which means cost, saving and cost as well. Any operations, any requirements, it comes with cost. Furthermore, we have also a very good benchmarking systems because all the database is available while you are doing the tendering process, even starting with the selecting of your suppliers. You can have the full historical data of those suppliers who did, what's the number of participation they did, what type of tenders they did participate, and what type of scope they are also able to deliver. It helps a lot on getting our requirements at the right time, getting it with a very competitive prices, and also with no compromisation on compliance and terms and conditions and QHSC procedures as well.
Thank you, Al-Walid. Davi, you manage the supply chain for one of the largest oil field services companies in Oman. What are the best practices in supply chain performance management followed by your company to achieve a balance in the market demand and supply chain constraints?
Thanks so much for the question. It's a pleasure to be here this morning. First of all, we should start think supply chain as an integrated process. Okay, if you think in supply chain to only saving costs in logistics, but this impact your operation, this is not real supply chain. If you think about saving costs and purchase things in impact your operation, this is not real supply chain. So think on that. Schlumberger, we have this mentality, not only in talk, but in really have the structure for that. There is a change happening, which before I remember when I lead the department I was purchase department, but now it's procurement department. There is a little bit difference about that. Purchase is only the operational itself, and procurement we think more about develop vendors and and develop the relationship to make strength, and have the sourcing team as well. So before we have only purchase, now we have two groups. I remember when we have this transformation, I was a bit scared about job or head count here. Think, oh, now we talk about ICV, and you want to send people to do in hubs to make purchasing. What about the people here? They say no. The idea is keep the same head count, but I need to develop procurement process. I need to have the contract, global contract, price, relationship with vendor. So think about external point of view. This is very important. We understand what is purchase, what is procurement, what is sourcing. Sourcing is we measure it. If you cannot measure it, our performance, you cannot manage. So no one can say, no, I manage my process if you don't have measurement. So this is a very important. We have a measurement indicator for each vendor, quality, OTD, on-time delivery. So this is one that we use it today. The Power BI is one software. We get the information from SAP, directly from SAP, and we get information about the vendor, the performance. So this is talk about external point of view. Talk about internal point of view. We developed one tool, which is sometimes the people misunderstand about capability and capacity. Always when I ask my vendor, I ask, do we have capacity? They say for me, yeah, I have machines, I have people. No, I don't talk about capability. Capability is the capacity we have to make the things. Capacity are available the resource for attend my expectation delivery dates. So this is something that need to be changed in manufacturing point of view. And we got this software APS, Advanced Planning Scheduling, who given us the dynamic scheduling. It's not that is a fixed lead time in company today. They fix lead time for delivery product or service, and the backward schedule to achieve this target. So APS, no, APS give for you the right time based on your resource when you can deliver that equipment. So this is big challenge we have, and we got these results in the company since 2015. When he came here, when enjoy, we increased the OTD from 74% to 42%, the average for the last year, and we reduced the inventory in 45% since we came here, based on this software and this support for us. So it's pretty useful for our life.
Very interesting, Mr. Davy. I think I should call you for business sometime soon. Could you elaborate further on benchmarking your suppliers' performance towards achieving your supply chain goals? More for a banker's attraction, I mean, because we would like to tap into that chain.
All right. So before I answer this, I just want to say my background was in automotive. I work during one time I worked in Ford, and I worked this complex Ford that is 12,000 employees. Only to have idea what Ford did, they have complex, and the whole vendors was inside this complex. They supply just in timing, right? So remember, the inventory for for Ford in that moment was only 10 minutes. It's not about days or months, just in time. We need to have material available. So understand what Ford say. Ford treat vendor as a partner, no as a vendor. So what they obligate the whole vendors in the complex, you should pay the salary, the benefit should be exactly like my benefit. No one here can be different. So they develop this chain in the process, and everybody who work in Ford or another company, Lear or Bentley, whatever, they should have the same benefit. So the benchmark for vendor is, they are our partner. I have sourcing team. How can I say this in practical way? We have sourcing team who stay more in the vendor than in the company itself. So our sourcing manager, we have all the world, and not only in Oman, we are developed now in Middle East more. And we have vendors to see the indicators, to follow up the vendor, to support them. And this is the real support that you can have to impact our operation. If you see vendor just as a vendor, you'll be failed, because they are our partner. We can deliver for the customer in the same way, the customer with us. We have the same relationship, not only as a vendor. I treat you well, I be very clear with my vendors, my targets. So this is really important for the company. We take serious this. We have a team prepared for that. As I mentioned for you before, we have a sourcing, which stay more in the vendor facility. We have procurement to develop contract, and we have buyers and hubs to just process the buyer itself. So this is what makes the success in the deliveries, if you have this relationship is strong. Otherwise, we just say, okay, you have a supply chain, we push our vendor, they deliver anyway, and the result is no good for everybody. So this is what I think is the supply chain should be, and this is how the way you work to bring result for our customer. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Sanjeev, in your opinion, what's your opinion on benchmarking supply chain performance towards achieving your business and supply chain goals? And how do you measure it in Asyad?
I think, first and foremost, agreeing with Avi, the point is that the vendors are again partners. And of course, we are here to nurture partners, but to make sure that they abide by the rules and regulations and with the service agreements and the expectations that we have upon them. Vendor performance management has been a very classic case in Asyad. We have a diverse group of companies within the structure, from Oman Shipping Company to Oman Post to Muwasalat, so including the ports as well. So there are a lot of diverse entities here. All of them have their own procurement areas and functions, and most of them are not alike. So we cannot look at centralizing a vendor performance in one way. But what we are looking at are the common factors. Vendor registration processes are now streamlined. We have a central registration process where we capture most of the documentation when we try to onboard vendors. The sourcing part of it, whether it is the online sourcing element or the management, the entire life cycle for the vendor, is now being looked at from an automation perspective. When we do reach the level of automation, and IT systems that will be incorporated in the function, I definitely feel it's going to be a big day of success for us on the supply chain and procurement function. What I would like to definitely point out is that while you mentioned vendors are our partners, they also have a lot of involvement within the financial supply chain, right? And the financial supply chain management is predominantly concerning procurement and letters of credit that are offered by the banking sector. So this is one strong area where we feel there is a lot of change that can be brought in, again, from a sector perspective, so that Oman's efficiency as a logistics hub improves. Within SIAD, supply chain right now is focusing on trying to look at consolidation across the different entities, following that with a vendor lifecycle automation. And beyond that, then we look at a central procurement function where everything can be coordinated between the different entities, whether I'm procuring water or I'm procuring machinery. All of that can be centrally located through a master data management, which means there is a single source of truth, there is one item, and you can't have a multiplicity of the same item being procured from different vendors. The other element we try to consider on the vendor performance is the data analytics. The business intelligence and data analytics layer now will provide us the information on the spend analysis, show how we are spending by different items or through different vendors across different categories of material that we are using. So again, the more data we analyze, the more decisions we are able to improve going further. And that is definitely a strong help we feel that can be done, from a vendor management perspective. I think it's all about how we crunch data, and more importantly, how we continuously evolve the relationship with the supplier, whether they understand our expectations and we understand their capabilities as well.
Thank you, Sanjeev. I think it's time to take another audience poll on a question. The question is, do you think often there's a mismatch between the client and vendor's expectations? Expectations could cover areas like service quality, timings, and execution. Okay, I guess it's a second streak in a row. On this question, I would like to go back to Dr. Zaid. Despite the best efforts between both the clients and vendors to meet the contractual obligations, many times we see a big disconnect between the client and vendor's expectation in areas of service quality, time, execution, etc. What's your opinion on that? I mean, why does it happen and how we could avoid it?
I think, Mustafa, you're actually targeting me specifically here. But I will not actually let you down this time. I think we have to believe that there is no bulletproof contract between a client and a vendor or service provider. And I really mean it. I mean, whatever, and that's why actually we have lawyers who are actually making money out of us, for that matter. My belief, any contractual relationship between vendors, service providers, and client need to have really flexibilities, because anything can go wrong during the execution. And it has been actually said, there should be, the client and the provider, they should really work in tandem. Again, if I may reference to the oil and gas, there's really a lot of things that can actually, some of them actually quite genuine, that can actually, derail the project. Again, EMP is when you drill a well and that well, sits in a different compartment altogether with the different fluids, that actually would also demand that some of the design aspect, whatever facilities and rigs and what have you, need to be really catered for. Again, also, if there is, not a lot of what we call, front loading of a project, whereby some of the projects are actually, details actually done after the contract's been awarded. So there need to be some kind of flexibilities on between the provider and the client on how to deal with these, occasions. And again, my reference to the, when I was in the Ministry of Oil and Gas, we have really seen this, delays and really quite common in our business. More so when we actually were dealing with quite complex projects. Oman has been blessed, with really varieties of operation ranges. And I think there is no other countries that can really match, and I really do believe it. We have high pressure, high temperature operation, we have heavy and extra heavy oils, we have steam floods, we have, whatever tertiary project that you can actually think of, we really have it here in Oman. And I think, and again, when it comes to project management, you're talking about service qualities, talking about time delays. At that time, with all these really niche projects, we have thought of actually establishing at that time a project management company. We really started to engage, engineering companies to help us, with that journey. And not only for us to better the service qualities and time and schedule management, but also really to capture all these learnings. You don't actually face, you get, many project high pressure, high temperature. You can actually get it once or twice. So these are really quite niche qualities and project management skills that we really need to capture. And later on, we can actually export this knowledge. Project management is a skills, it is a science. And I think we really need to really get the benefit out of it, get the maximum out of this business.
Thank you, Dr. Zaid. I think it's time to open the floor for direct questions from the audience to the panelists. Let's go to the audience. Please raise your hand, and before you raise your question, kindly introduce yourself and the company you work for. And please, one question per person. Could you speak louder? No. Martada, the mic is not working.
Hello, can you hear me? Yeah, it's working. I think my name is Wasim Khan. I'm from Al Madina Investments. So my question is basically, we talked about vendor management, partnership between vendor and supplier. I think another key factor which I seen is that, what about the partnership between the competitors? How you are leveraging on that? Because we have seen, like, if you certain sector like telecom and other, where, if there are about 10, 20 logistics company, they get together, they work together, they just find out some common solution from which anyone can benefit, and it results in reduction of costs, and it benefits everyone because no one can get 100% share of the market. So what logistics companies are doing on this front? I just had a question. Maybe Sanjeev can answer that.
Sure. There are a lot of areas of opportunity within the logistics sector. We are heavily promoting small and medium enterprises in order to take up new activities as well as set up new businesses. What we are trying to do from ASEAD or from Oman Logistics Center as the ministry arm is to provide a nurturing environment. Many times when you start a new company, you will be strained to scale up. Because scaling is your mantra. You need to get there as fast and quickly as possible and be able to provide your service extensively to a wider audience and a range of consumers. So the kind of environment we are trying to create is all about incubation. So we teach you the best logistics practices. We can educate you on the way startups need to be managed, of course, with some help from Abdullah here as well. We're also trying to send you for training to the best logistics companies abroad. So many times we have programs where we have trainings conducted with the global logistics integrators like Port of Rotterdam or DHL, where we have young Omanis who are actually sent there on courses to understand how logistics should be done. Further to that, we are also working closely with many of the technology providers in the country to try to set up tech-try programs. This is about piloting fourth industrial revolution technologies that Faris mentioned earlier in the presentation. We're trying to see how we can bring drones into the country, how we can bring drone deliveries or IoTs or blockchains, which is again logistics-enabled service. And finally, in order to help them with their business efficiencies, we're also trying to see how they can be a community IT system. You know, everyone doesn't have to spend money on trying to set up their infrastructure and buy systems and licenses, and more importantly, spend time and energy on doing this. If there is a ready-made solution available, worldwide we do have cases. You know, if you go to Amazon Web Services, they will provide you transportation solutions and ERPs and supply chain solutions which are available within a fraction of cost as well as in a very, very short competitive time. We're trying to bring a similar environment within Oman. Hopefully these efforts should be visible towards the end of this year. Of course, that I can definitely comment so much on this right now.
Thank you, Mr. Sanjeev. I think in the best interest of time, because we had such a interesting panel discussion, I will limit it to one more question and then close the session. So if we have one more question, and
good morning. Dr. Can Exos from Muscat University. First of all, I would like to thank all the panelists for sharing their experience. I have a question about, so far we talk about artificial intelligence, technology, that investment to technology. So the point that I would like to touch is that the level of interest in investing in technology compared to level of interest in investing to the employees. What is the perception and thoughts of panelists about investing in the employees as well? Because the way that you invest in technology also necessitates the investment to employees to be able to balance it. So in that level, what are the things that you thought about for the employees to improve their skills to be able to match with the technology? So in which areas do you think that more improvement needed, more investment needed for the employees to improve their skill to uplift in parallel to artificial intelligence or the all supply chain optimization technologies?
thank you. I think this is very close to your field, Abdullah. And if you can answer it in a very crisp and sweet form.
Technology is people. There's no technology without people. So just giving people the basic skills to develop and interact with that technology, and making sure the people who are developing your technology are thinking about how that technology is going to interact with people is super important. So more scholarships for interaction design. That's the solution.
I think, if I may just add to that,
Yep, sure.
There is a comprehensive national occupational standard that is now being currently set up, which means that within a few months, you will actually have rolling standards about how employees can progress from when they join an organization at a front line right to the top. So there will be cadres and there will be proficiencies that will be earmarked for you to engage with the employee, to understand their employee life cycle within the organization. And thirdly, to look at the progress path of how the employee can move from, say, joining as an assistant within a warehouse, then move to become a forklift driver, or from there become a supervisor, and thereafter rising up in the chain. So employee engagement as well as employee training is definitely on the radar. As I said, from the sector side, we can only try to bring in some kind of guidelines as well as regulations. The enforcement, of course, is very much something which is driven by the organization and the companies, and that is where we would like to engage small and medium enterprises and new training institutions to sort of impart these trainings on a regular basis. We can even look at scholarships and subsidizing training from the sector perspective. But yes, there is a roadmap that is now being created for people within supply chain and logistics to see how their, their career path will develop over the years. And I think that should definitely be a strong message for us to show how we are trying to nurture the human capital within the country.
Thank you very much. I think it's time to wrap up. I would like to thank the panelists for the extensive information. I'm sure the networking break will be a good opportunity for all of us to connect on the business end. I will urge our corporate relationship managers from Al-Izz to take the advantage of this extensive experience. Thank you very much. I think it's time for a group picture.
All right, big round of applause, please, for our panelists and for Mustafa for handling the panel. All right, thank you, gentlemen. Thank you very much. All right, so with that, we actually come to the end of the first half of today. We'll be taking a break for 20 minutes. After the break, we're going to have the second session with some interesting presentations on finance, innovation, contracting and procurement, and technology. So I'll see you guys back in the next 20 minutes, inshallah. Thank you. While everybody's coming in, I'd like to thank our exhibitors, Business Gateway International, Jaeger and Gulf Petrochemical Services and Trading, for being with us. As I mentioned, we'll be getting started in just a few moments. I would appreciate if everybody would take their seats. And if any of you are still outside, please make your way back into the hall. And those of you sitting all the way at the back, there are some seats available in the front, so if you would like to move up, that would be nice as well. All right, I think it's time for us to get started. Adam, can you get the door, please? Thank you very much. All right, so welcome back, everyone. Now, in the second session of the day, we have lined up 3 presentations, and then after that, we're going to have a panel discussion as well as the award ceremony. For our first presentation, I'd like to, well, I've already introduced him before because he was moderating the previous panel. The AGM and Head of Investment Banking, Project Finance and Syndication in Al-Izz Islamic Bank. Please help me in welcoming to stage Mustafa Muhammad Al-Lawati.
Yeah, sure, yeah. Let's make that very short. Okay. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Honorable guests and respectful friends and clients, on behalf of Al-Izz Islamic Bank, I would like to thank you for attending our humble event today. My name is Mustafa Al-Lawati. I am the AGM and Head of Investment Banking Group. In my presentation today, I would like to talk about the supply chain opportunities or process from the bank and client's perspective. Later on, I would like to highlight some of the various projects that Al-Izz Islamic Bank has financed in major industries. And last but not least, I would like to talk about why choose Al-Izz Islamic Bank as your banking partner and what are the key success factors of the bank. Supply chain is a big industry which predominantly focuses on the movement of goods and services from start to end. Along the supply chain process, there are multiple players, starting from the supplier, the manufacturer, and the retailer. All these players along the way, they require the support of a financial bank or a financial partner who can help them accelerate collections. Many times we see in the industry, clients have certified bills and they need cash. So this is an ideal target for banks like us to come and extend our services. Banks also help in facilitating international trade. Many times we see clients import goods and then export finished goods, and banks are very much happy to help in that process. Managing receivables is something that we see a lot in the banking system, where you have good clients who have completed services for other good clients, but the ending client does not have banking facilities. So for us, this is an easy, quick win, and we'll appreciate, approaching the same. On the business development side, banks play an important role because they help clients who have excess capacity locally and where the markets are not enough for local demand to tap into new markets. So once again, banks play an important role in the supply chain process. I think if there's one message that I want to get across in today's seminar, is that I would like to combine all the banks below the line, going back from the retailer's bank to manufacturer's bank and back to supplier's bank. I would like to combine them into one bank, Al-Izz Islamic Bank, and I would like everybody's support for that. Over the past 6 years, the bank has invested a lot in financing various projects from various industries. For our presentation, I could not cover all of them, but I've picked a few from select industries, and I would like to walk you through them. The oil and gas has always been Oman's key focus area. And alhamdulillah, we successfully managed to onboard important clients like Orpik, Biaq, Octal, Medco for phase 1. And our objective for phase 2 is definitely to tap into the huge supply chain opportunity, starting from the upstream, downstream, and service providers. Next, I would like to move to education. Education and healthcare are the key for development of any nation. And here we humbly secured 3 leading education providers, relationships like GU Tech, Muscat University, International College of Engineering and Management. And again, our objective now is to tap into the supply chain. And one of the interesting areas are student accounts. You know, student accounts remain throughout your life. Parents who want to finance the education of their kids and various service providers is a key industry for us. On the tourism, we have strategically tied up with leading developers like Usul Properties to develop the Pearl Muscat project, which is an integrated tourism complex. We have also tied up with Bayan Investment to develop the business hotel Ramada Encore. On the fisheries side, we have financed the first aquaculture finfish project with a sovereign entity. As you can see, both these sectors play a key role for the government's diversification strategy. And for us, it also opens the pool for the supply chain, including operators, equipment providers, contracts, and various players. Industrial activity helps economic growth. We successfully managed here to onboard prestigious relationships like Jindal, Misco, Sohar Steel. And next, we would like to tap into the huge opportunity in the raw materials, logistics, construction company, supply chain of the industry. Mining. Mining is an upcoming industry, very attractive for the banking industry because we have a new mining law, we have the authority in place, and we have proper regulations in place. We were blessed, alhamdulillah. We're about to onboard a copper concentrate project. We have a precious metal smeltering project, a gabbro crushing project. And once again, the supply chain opportunity here is huge, such as equipment providers, logistic and service providers. Last, I would like to touch on the investment banking side. With less than 3 years in operation and a very short span, we managed to achieve 2 advisory mandates, like we were the financial advisors for the Myriad Muscat, which is the first student accommodation project, and we were also the financial advisors for the W Hotel. Both these projects have seen financial close this year, alhamdulillah. But the thing that I would like to highlight the most is that in 2017, we were the first and only Omani Islamic bank to be awarded a JLM for the government of Oman to raise the first publicly listed US dollar sukuk for $2 billion. Al-Izz Islamic Bank was sitting in the room with the likes of JP Morgan, Citi, Chase, and various big players. And alhamdulillah, we managed to get the full subscription. In fact, it went over subscription by about 3-4 times. And the government of Oman won the JIFA Award of 2017 for the best sukuk deal. So we are very proud of that. Next, I would like to talk about the key success factors. Why choose Al-Izz Islamic Bank as your banking partner? Now, maybe we have some banking friends in the room who are smiling and, yes, I agree with you. These are key success factors that every bank will try to work on. But I think the differentiating factor for us in Al-Aziz Islamic Bank is we are very good in execution. So if we have a plan, we go ahead and execute it. Customer service for us is very important because every experience is a learning for improvement. So we take all the feedback very positively and work on the same. Low turnaround time is always an ongoing project. We always try to cut down our time. And alhamdulillah, we are able to do that based on two things. One is that we have a very strong, experienced management team led by our honorable CEO, who has been here in the industry for a long time, seen various economic downturns. The other side is that we have a standard process, so we have a predefined policy in place, which is very robust, and we can immediately tell you, yes, this can work with us, it can work at this number, at this leverage, so things are very defined. Being a full-fledged Islamic bank and governed by the Sharia law, transparency, I think, is the number one aspect for us as an Islamic bank. I used to work in a conventional bank, and being an Islamic bank, you're very transparent with the client, you're upfront, there are no surprises, and also a factor of dedication. Innovation and solution-oriented. This is my favorite, I would say. As we see in the industry, different clients have different needs. Industry dynamics keep on changing. So you cannot just give a client an offering, like what they sell in Walmart. You have to come up with a structured, tailored product that meets his requirement and mitigates his risk. Last but not least, I would say we are competitively priced. We're not necessarily the lowest price because, again, our offerings are all tailor-made. There's no one price fits all. And clients have different characteristics, risk appetite, security. So once again, we always try to be competitively priced as possible. So in the end, I would like to thank you for your time today. And hopefully, I look forward to banking you on board soon, inshallah. Please find my colleagues' contacts, Mr. Mohammed Bahrani, who can be accessible at any point. And I wish you a happy evening. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Mustafa, for that very informative presentation. A big round of applause for Mustafa, please. The next presentation is on Petroleum Development Oman Supply Chain Strategy and Transformation. The presentation will be made by PDO's Head CP Project Delivery, Zahir Al-Musallami. Zahir is a contract specialist with extensive experience in oil and gas and capital projects. In his current role, he manages a team of contracting procurement specialists and is responsible for government liaising, negotiations, disputes, and claims resolution. Please help me in welcoming him to the stage.
Distinguished guests, fellow participants, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. My name is Zahir Al-Musallami, and I work for Petroleum Development Oman. Our core business is to explore and develop oil and gas. My voice is... Can you all hear me? Yes. So our core business in PDO is to explore and develop oil and gas, hydrocarbons, but we cannot do that alone. We need various support from various industries. We need to fly to our sites, we need to drive across our business, we need seismic shooting, and all that is not part of our day-to-day business. Hence, the need of a supply chain organization within Petroleum Development Oman. I'm going to take you through the evolution or the history of supply chain in PDO. So before 1980s, there was hardly any supply chain. As the panel members mentioned, we were purchasing department. So we had one group that is looking after purchasing goods, and all our services was fragmented, was within the business. So well engineering, they wanted services for drilling, they tender, they award themselves. Engineering, they wanted to build a plant, they tender themselves and award it by themselves, and so on. So it was almost a ring fence, single source award. If I come to you, you do a good service, I will always come back to you and acquire the same service. So in 1980s, we saw some growth of local market, which was not available during 80s. In this time, it increased the competition rather than single source. We saw some initial tendering exercises, but it was only limited to small number of business houses within the country. Then in 2004, we decided to carry out an exercise within PDO to see where we are, what are we not doing well, and how can we improve as an organization. That exercise gave us a lot of valuable data. One of them, for the supply chain, we realized there was poor alignment between supply chain organization in PDO with the counterpart partners. So if supply chain and engineering are working together, there was no discussion to align our objectives at that time. There was also insufficient focus on total cost of ownership. So we need this equipment, we go and buy it without looking how much will it cost us during the life cycle of that equipment. Our contracts were adversarial, meaning it was confrontational all the time. We are the client, you are the contractors, so you do what we say. The terms and conditions were all written in favor of PDO. There was no business partnership. So we needed to do something. In the arena of supply chain at that time, we decided to focus on competitiveness and being fair when we award our contracts. A year later, in 2005, we introduced online bidding tool, which was the earliest automation or digitalization movement within PDO. In that time, we made it a default and mandatory that all our services should be through the online bidding tool. And we were lucky to see that 90% of our tenders were competitively tendered during that era. There were some bits of improvements between that time until 2017, where we have decided that we need to strategically move the way we handle our tenders and contracts. We decided to move from the traditional way to long-term agreements. So if we have partners who have aligned their objectives with PDO objectives, those are the ones that we want to work with them for a long time. We also increased our ICV mentality within the company and within the industry. We are very proud to be the leading edge in ICV in Oman. We helped the government to set up the blueprint, and with that, we had an upper edge on the ICV front. So we made it mandatory to all our contractors. They should work hand in hand with PDO to develop the local companies within Oman. Specifically, we focused the areas we are working, where our operations are, with local community companies. So these were companies that formed by members of families who reside where we drill our wells. And together, we have succeeded in many fronts. If you look at the, do I have a pointer here? Ah, yes. Yeah, it's a green color on green, you cannot see it, but I refer to the table on the left, bottom right corner. So this table shows you the comparison of where we were and where we are now. So in terms of delivery requirements, in the past, we used to look at short term. Then when we did our operating model review, OMR, in 2004, we started looking at medium term. Now, we focus on long term. So we have a company that we have 10 years contract to help us do our engineering and procurement for our mega projects, leveraging their expertise and availability of their market around the world. Our objectives were operational in 1980s. In 2004, we started looking at customer objectives. So it's not only supply chain, but what does PDO want together? And we focused on engineering, working with supply chain, operations, working with supply chain. Now we are focusing what does the company overall, together with Oman, what do they, and what do they want to achieve? As an example of that, driving ICV was one of the key factors that we have impact on, and so on. So in 2018, we have embarked what we call a transformation program, which I'll talk more in detail in the coming slides. However, as a focus on ICV, we are very proud. If you look at the graph on the top left, it shows you the growth of total contract value spent in Oman. In 2013, we were 32%, and 2018, we have reached 46%. This has happened because of two pillars. One is because of the government regulations, which helped us also to drive it through our contractors, where the government was targeting for Omanization, the blueprint for the ICV, and also the preference of 10% of anything that is made in Oman over anything that is made abroad. There was also allocation of 10% of our scope and contract value to go to the small, medium enterprises. Internally in PDO, we also had our own initiatives. We carved all our contracts. 10% of it should go to local community companies. And every invoice that we pay in PDO, we carve 1.2%. We send it to National Training Fund with the aim of developing the young Omanis to be ready for the market. And it's not only confined in oil and gas industry, but various sectors. We also have a program where we work specifically with local community contractors, super local community contractors, to develop them to become business individually independent, where they can compete within Oman and inshallah outside Oman. Al-Ghalbi is one of the companies that is known. Now it started in PDO. Now it's serving PDO as well as Orpic as a pipeline maintenance company. And we are very proud to be part of its initiation. We are Super LCC. We moved from local community companies, which were owned by members from the areas we are working on, and we said we want more members to benefit. So we moved from LCC to Super LCC, where we said a minimum number of shareholders should be 200 and above. So 200 above from one area, they own this company. Sometimes we have seconded our own staff into these companies to develop them to become professionally business entities. And alhamdulillah, we have a couple of them who are working with us for many years, and we are continuing to nurture them. So in the future, what we are now embarking on, we have focused on 13 key company portfolios. So these are the areas where we want to maximize the participation of ICV with or local companies in Oman. For example, the chemical area, engineering and procurement, and we have internally initiated a market intelligence organization within supply chain outfit. And the sole help that we need from that is to analyze the market locally and globally to see which field can help to reach our own plans, not tomorrow, but in future. And then locally, we seek to which companies are available now and are willing to grow with us as per our plans. So time to time, we do invite local companies to come and see what plans do we have 5 years down the line. Contract management. We have within PDO, we have a risk management for corporate, where what are the risks of PDO not achieving the best of their objective. Contract management appears very high. So we asked ourselves, what do we mean that contract management is a high risk? In 2014, we invited a third-party company who have a view of what is happening around the world. They are named Hackett. They came and they reviewed everything we do, our processes. They looked at everything, even competence of our staff and so on. And a key factor was that our tenders are very long. Our tenders, sometimes they take up to 600 days. That was not acceptable. So we embarked on many activities. We wrote a green paper within PDO, and we focused how can we improve. And then in 2017, we invited the same group to come and see if we are going the right direction. They came and assessed, and yes, we have moved from 600 days to 240 days. But that was not enough. We also asked them to conduct a survey within PDO, within our business partners. So people we serve as a supply chain serving the community. And we asked them how much of those they see us as valuable partners. The result was not very pleasing. Only 24% within our organization, they thought supply chain in PDO was valuable. We also realized that material that we buy are not always arriving on time. So if the material is not arriving in time, the project will be late and so on. The production of oil and gas will be late. It's a loss of money for our shareholders. So we realized, we say, okay, now what do? We need to change. We need to change the behavior, culture. We cannot continue to do what we do. In 2018, also, our finance director decided to transform our directorate, which is finance, comprises of supply chain as well as finance, into a world-class organization by 2020. So we knew if we continue to improve with the same pace we did between 2014 to 2016, we are not going to make it by 2020. We embarked on transformation journey. So CP transformation journey, it was to change the mind culture of our staff, to change the mind culture of our organization, come up with innovative program that will help us to become a world class. I must admit, when the organization came in 2017, they commended us that we have improved efficiently as well as effectively by 16 and 32%. Still, we were not a world class, but what we did was the right thing. We believed it was too slow to meet the 2020 vision. So we came up with transformation journey. We knew, So we knew that we are supply chain. We are supply chain that is not fully meeting the business needs. And we knew where we want to go. We wanted to become a CP that is valued by our business partners, and we are delivering most competitive supply chain for PDO objectives. In between the two are the programs that we have embarked for the past 1.5 years. At the top, you'll see 3 themes, which are portfolio management, market intelligence, and post-award contract management. These were specifically designed to tackle part of our problem. If you look at this area, I don't know if you can read them, but I'll read them for you. So we said, okay, now what do we really mean by having a high risk of contract management? We realize we are We are spending in PDO, but we are spending in a fragmented way. So somebody wants to buy a valve in this asset, they will buy a valve. Somebody else buys a valve there, a valve. We are all spending on valve, but in a fragmented way. We also understood that we have a lot of data that we are not using. We are not using any benchmark. We are spending, we don't know if we are paying the right price or not. We understand that our tenders are still long, and we had a weak post-award contract management. So to tackle this, the three themes, the first one was portfolio management, meaning we are now moving our procurement into category management. So now, rather than buying valves here and there, we looked at the complete demand of PDO, and then we tendered. Now we have alliance with one manufacturer that anyone in PDO who wants to buy a valve should channel through the agreed rates already. And that's one example, but we have many that we have achieved so far. The market intelligence came to rescue us in terms of our data. They are looking at the trends of our data available in-house. They also analyze the market locally and globally to give us a benchmark to know if the price that we are paying is the correct price. We have also used that to upskill our staff. So every contract engineer is supposed to be able to conduct a should-cost model by themselves for their tender, so that they have an idea of what is the right price now. Post-award, they also carry post-mortem, where they analyze the prices we received, are they also real? And that is taking into account the current market data. Moving from this area, we decided that we need to look at end-to-end contract management strategy, as well as end-to-end material supply chain strategy. And we came up with 4 work streams. These are value for money, simple CP, people capability, and material on time. To give it right attention, we requested our senior management within supply chain to champion these. Underneath these 4 work streams, there are 32 identified projects that will lead us to achieve all this. And in there, we have, most of them we have achieved, and they have yielded their results. We have simplified our procedures within PDO, where now it's readable, accessible by not only supply chain, but our partners. And we have looked at our CP operations. It is not fair for a simple tender to go through the same process of a complex tender. So we have shortened our expectation of the operational tenders. In terms of material management, what we've done, we realize we have a lot of assets, and in each asset, there are a lot of problems. We cannot fix them all at once. We will waste our energy looking at every single problem, and some of them are small with small impact. We have decided to pilot 2 of our assets, Fahud and Nimar. And we said, let's focus in this area. What is the real pain, which has got a high impact? So for example, Fahud, we realized that the availability of compressors was the main pain. And we all channel our focus, not only supply chain, but the whole team, operations, engineering, to make sure that the compressors are available. And we saw significant improvement. And now in 2020, this is going to be our way forward for the PDO. We go to each asset, look at what is main pain, and focus on fixing that. Also, we looked at our sourcing channels that are available in PDO, and how can we improve them. So now we have embarked on digitalization. We have a lot into automation, where we have agreements, we put them into system, people just produce, POs are issued directly. If I can give you an example in terms of automation, in well engineering contracts, 90% are in automation now. Overall PDO, we are 70%. We are also embarking on integrated supply chain. integrated supply chain means looking at the whole chain from the time we know the demand, challenge the demand, are the specification the minimum fit for purpose or are they over-specified? All the way to procurement, warehousing it, until installation and beyond installation. So we look at the cost of the total period of that equipment, for example. The focus now is on total cost of ownership rather than just the initial purchase price. Now, we realize we cannot do this just ourselves. We needed the right skills. We utilized the advantage of PDO being the leader in lean thinking methodology. So all our 32 projects that we identified, we required them to go through lean methodology. By that, we managed to hit two birds with one stone. Because as I said, the champions are from senior management in the supply chain. The whole working group are our own staff. So in addition to their day-to-day work, all of them, they pick what they think they can contribute, and they were part of the working group to give ideas and solutions through lean methodology. So we improved their lean thinking, and they became the ambassadors when we wanted to implement these ideas. It was much easier that way. So as a result, now we have faster contracts, we have faster materials. The PR to PO cycle used to be 60 to 90 days. Now it has improved by 33%. It's only 40 days now. And we have also improved the way we assess the complexity of our tenders. Because complexity of our tenders, initially we used to look at how much it is, and is it complex, H2S or not? But now we look at HSE. Is it stakeholder management? Does it require local community relationship skills? That has helped us to allocate the right resources. So if I have a complex tender, I put senior people to help me. If I don't have a complex tender, I use that as an opportunity for our new generation to come and learn the skills through the less complex and less risk. And I think, okay. So this is the future. That was the past. The future, we are embarking into digitalization, as Faris mentioned. So the whole company is going into digitalization. We are very proud to say that we have a colleague, we have a digital worker in PDO, who while we are sleeping and snoring, this robot is accessing our system SAP, looking at all materials that have been ordered, checking when are they going to be delivered, sending the emails to the vendors, reminding them the delivery, combining all that into a report. In the morning, when we are fresh in office, we find a report ready for us to know which area to tackle. And it's free of charge. We don't have to pay salary, we don't have to increase, no protection. So that is our aspiration to move into digitalization, but we realize we cannot do that just on a day. We need to develop our talent, we need to upskill them. And to do that, our current process needs to keep improving, and we cannot do it by supply chain only. So our projects are involved by the customers. We need to look at integrated supply chain as a whole. So as I said, we focus when the demand is initiated, we challenge the demand. Being the non-technical firm, we have the upper hand to ask stupid questions. But those stupid questions, they help us to have something that is fit for purpose. Within projects, now we have competitive scoping, where we go back to zero, and then we come up with the minimum spec of the projects. We have successfully come up now with different strategies in terms of engineering projects, where we did DBOOM, where the design, build, operating and we use the industrial standards, which are different from PDO standards. The delivery has been faster, it's safer, and it's an eye-opener. Not only we did it in engineering, but we also had our first IPP in terms of power plant, where people come, they invest their money, and they build the plant at their own specification, and they bill us a tariff. And we've seen significant improvement in terms of delivery. And that proves that if we are working together, not only supply chain, not only engineering or operations, but the whole team, there is a lot of benefits to meeting our company objectives as well as our shareholders' objectives. With this, I would like to end my presentation and thanking Bank Al-Izz for organizing this event. And hopefully it will not be the last one, as Sheikh Salam mentioned. We look forward to participate in years to come, contribute if we can. Most certainly, we are looking forward to learn what other sectors are doing and how can that sector help us in oil and gas. And historically, we used to participate in conferences that are related to oil and gas only. Recently, we have realized that other sectors, medical, can also help us to learn how to improve our operations. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, a big round of applause for Zahir, please. He took us through PDO's supply chain strategy, its relevance to the ICV generation, and of course, shared thoughts on the future of supply chain. Our next speaker is Hussam Rafat, the Managing Director of Jaeger, the world's largest independent spend management company with over 2,000 customers connected to a network of 4 million suppliers in 70 countries. Hussam brings over 25 years of experience in helping organizations achieve their digital transformation initiatives. And prior to his role at Jaeger, Hussam has held senior positions at Oracle, PwC, GlaxoSmithKline, and other majors. In his presentation, he'll be talking on digital procurement transformation. Please help me in welcoming him to the stage.
Thank you, everyone. I think it's afternoon now, so we can say good afternoon. I'm very honored to be with you in Oman today to present our product and discuss about how we can help you and provide you with some support into the supply chain. I was lucky actually to be part of the presentation after Mr. Zuhair al-Musallami. I'm very impressed with the transformation that was done there. I can see you, the light is very high. Yeah, it's really amazing. And when you said lean, I'm coming with Lean Sigma background, and I know how tough it is, these things, and how to progress and improve. And I will take actually some of the keywords from Mr. Zuhair presentation, which are really key to the solutions that we are providing. These are the key pains that we can see in most of the supply chains, whether this is in oil and gas, whether this is in manufacturing, or it's financial services, or whatever the industry, retail, education, everywhere. So the main points that was mentioned, long tender cycle times, okay? The communication, actually the move from when procurement start receiving the the purchase request, and starting moving this to an RFI, and the management of the RFX, whether to multiple suppliers, identifying where are the suppliers, which are suppliers that are qualified to send to them. This stage between the PR and the issue of the RFP, RFX, RFI, whatever the RF form, is a major trouble. And then receiving this, and then the communication between the suppliers and the buyers, whether questions and answers, clarifications, the documentation of the communication with the suppliers, and whether this is through emails and updating all the suppliers with the questions came, and moving into the compliance process of managing the RFP. That's a major challenge that prolongs, unless you have a proper process of managing that. You will really suffer you will prolong the processes. And then the responses received and the comparisons being done, in which format? Are they responding in the same format? If we're issuing a project today for 10,000 lines BOQ for construction, how this will be coming from the suppliers? How will they respond into the template coming from the consulting firm that issued the RFP, put the quantities, and put the design for that. That's another challenge that the procurement is facing here. How to collect them in the same format, how to get an automated comparison coming into the spreadsheets coming from the vendors, the contractors, and their subcontractors as well. They need to be in a special format, a clear format, to compare it and issue some of the comparisons to the procurement team. And then comes to the technical evaluation team. How will you do the technical evaluation? Do we have to be now here all in the same place, or we can be disconnected remotely and we are all connected at the technical session opening? Okay, are we all there? Do we have the access? Can we access the tenders? Can we read together? Can we provide the feedback together? How many from the technical departments? How many stakeholders will be in the technical evaluation? And the technical evaluation is done, we come to the financial evaluation. If he's technically is awarded or approved, are we able to open his financial tender or a financial proposal? That's another question. By law, in some of the countries, you cannot open the financials for disqualified technical proposals. That's only one topic, okay? And then it comes to the awarding. And this is only for the management of the RFP cycle time. That's why, okay, it was 600 days when it was managed manually. But when it was automated, and correct me if I'm wrong, please, let's make this, it's a conference, it's like a panel, and let's have it a Q&A session or interactive session. I mean, this wouldn't be ever happening without having a strong tool. And I know that it's SAP. SAP is a good company and very well respected for sure. A competition, and I respect my competition. And I used to respect them even when we were at Oracle. So that's a very important tool. You need to have a tool that's smooth, that make this transition and streamline the process of RFP management. Second word is the shortage. I mean, usually the delay of the reaching the material on time to the business units that are asking for this material. Okay, this means that you have triggers and some process robotic, some automation for the processes to raise the flags, highlight that we're going to have a shortage here. We need to have a better planning, MRP, MPS planning, and even giving heads up to the procurement, okay, early enough, and they have very good knowledge and management for the performance of the suppliers to be able to deliver on time. Okay, so that's another key point that was addressed in the presentation. Behavior and culture, we need to have a user-friendly system, okay, a system that we can teach, and we can at the same time increase the adoption rate, while at the same time maintaining and controlling the policies and the procedures and the compliance of the system, okay, and the processes of the organization. That's another challenge that we're with. So transformation wouldn't be easy unless we have a system that is user-friendly, a system that is configurable, not used for customization. I mean, everything you need to have customization. In order to improve, again, another very important word that was mentioned, it's competitive supply chain, okay? That's how to have a competitive supply chain when you don't have an automated process that you cannot measure. You need to have a clear end-to-end process to be able to measure the competitiveness of this supply chain. So you need some KPIs, you need to have dashboards, you need to have analysis for the exceptions and measure it against the standards that you are willing. So you need data intelligence. Very important point was mentioned as well, the fragmented spend. And this is actually what we are claiming, that we are the best spend management organization, and we do simplified procurement. So I mean, it's really very nice that I came after your presentation. So fragmented spend and moving into annual contracts, consolidation of procurement, and looking into long-term contracts with the suppliers and automating the purchase orders if you have already annual agreements for standardized pricing or agreed pricing for some vendors, that they can go and punch orders with them and have it from the catalog. That's another thing that is very important as well, to simplify the non-complex procurement, office supplies, stationery, many other things that can be done, furniture, laptops, this kind of things. Category management. Unless you have a clear system and still you have a transparent, you won't be able to manage categories, okay? That's very important benefit of having such automation like Jagger, okay? Because we support the procurement into having a better category management and better visibility on their categories and their procurement. A very important point that was mentioned as well, which is I would cover actually, is the having the visibility on the market trends and the prices. What is the best time to purchase this item? Because the seasonality of the prices of this item, despite of the seasonality of your need. So if you need some, I'm coming from a medical background, pharmaceutical. So what is the best time to buy paracetamol? What time of the year you will buy this material? And the same, I mean, is it you buy it in the summer because you will use it later on in the winter for manufacturing the Panadol and the other similar things? So this is the kind of visibility on the trend of the commodities prices in the market, and the trigger on when to buy them is very a key point. Contract management as well is a very important topic that was mentioned today, which is the risk we're having being managed within the contracts that the organization is doing. Contracts are coming hundreds of pages currently. You have financial terms, you have legal terms, you have technical terms. And what we are presenting today is helping the contracts departments by automating the risk assessment on the contract. Okay, and this is something that we are unique in. So we get the contracts out of the expertise that we had from our teams. We built an artificial intelligence system that can analyze and review the contracts and assess the risks on the contracts that we have. This helps. We will never eliminate the human factor, but it highlights the risks that are existing within a contract: financial, legal, penalties, dates, all this kind of things is very well addressed. So, I mean, looking into artificial intelligence and process robotics, this is the future for everyone. And realistically today, the intelligence part and having it augmented between business intelligence and artificial intelligence, this is what we are talking in Jagger to help the customers in their transformation journey through the supply chain. Process robotics as well is a very important topic, and we've done some demos on Alexa integration. I'm not ready with it today, but I think in 4 weeks we will be here again for some presentation for Jagger. We can have it here. So I'll go back to the presentation. Thank you very much, Mr. Zuhair. I mean, really, it was very rich, and it shows that the extensive project that was done, and the challenges are really high. So who's Jagger? How can I move? This one. So let's forget me. Jagger is, when you want to be, just want to say something. When you want to be a leader in what you're doing, you need to partner with a company that is leader in what they are doing. And Jagger actually has been recognized by all the analysts as a market leader. If we looked at, where is the pointer? This one? This one? No? This is the pointer. Gartner, we are, have been consistently in the Magic Quadrant for Gartner for strategic sourcing and procure to pay. By IDC, we are consistently for the last 5 years in a row at the top spend management softwares in the world. I mean, the Jagger Peer Insight sourcing, the survey that was done makes it a little bit differentiator than any other supplier. I mean, if we looked at this report, and I can make it available for you, it shows the level of satisfaction of our customers. And having this software specifically, I'm coming from competition, and I'm coming from IT background. I've been into the ERP implementations and MRP2 implementations, Six Sigma, all of these things across many years. And the beauty about Jagger is the fast and very fast implementation time, okay? Where you start getting the first RFP in 6 weeks, you can start working. I'm not talking about Illusion. I'm talking about one of the top world global developers, Amar. They had the first RFP issued through our system. And we talk about construction business. We're talking about 6,000 lines, 7,000 lines RFPs coming out in the market. And we do the implementation in 6 weeks without integration with Oracle, without the integration of their other systems that they have. But you were able to run your first RFP in 6 weeks, managing all the workflows. This actually gives the indication of the Gartner good feedback that we get from our customers in terms of satisfaction and fast implementation and robust implementation. I will move actually to the references. Globally, we are almost everywhere. Globally, we have 2,000 customers, but what is very strong here is our regional engagement. If we looked here in Dubai, for example, I can talk about, we're working in Dubai, in the United Arab Emirates, under the name of Tijari. I'm not sure if you know about Tijari or no. This was the first B2B platform that was initiated by Sheikh Al-Lubna in 2002. Earlier it was on Oracle, and then 2012 it was migrated to Bravo Solutions that was acquired after that by Jagger, where we are in now. So in Dubai government, for example, where is the government, a little bit reluctant of the usage of the systems. They don't adopt that easy. I can say that we have 1,700 buyers from 40 departments under Dubai government are using Jagger for their sourcing activities. And not only in Dubai, but we have also a Department of Transportation in Abu Dhabi. We have Mubadala, we have I'mar, we have Emirates MBD, we have Masdar, DP World. If you looked at the customers, we have diversified. We're very strong in the oil and gas. We're very strong in real estate. We're very strong and top-notch in terms of the government. When I say government specifically, that the UK government, Wales, Scotland, and England are using as well Jagger as their platform for sourcing. Moving forward to what do we do here in Oman, or how we are existing here in Oman, we've been, I think, 2006 or 2007, partnering with ODP, okay? We have now in Oman ORPIC. I consider it one of my references. We have very good, successful project. Hopefully we will be continuing our strategic relationship with ORPIC. I'm not sure if anyone here from ORPIC or no, but we're doing very well. I think we have around 600 buyers are using our system, okay? We're doing, I think, no? Yes or no? Yes or no? Good. Okay, sorry. No, but 600 buyers. They are close by here, the next building. I think after the meeting I will go there. I have Zubair as well. So the system is very nice that it is being used whether by government, so we have the governments, and very soon you will hear good news that we got one of the governments in the region, a replica of what we've done in Dubai, and a replica of what is done in Mexico, what is done in the UK. And we'll have a strong regional press release very soon over the supply chain in general, in all the people, if we're talking procurement only or whether end-to-end the supply chain. The category insight that you'll be able to see the categories, divide it, analyze it, and start to decide when to buy, where to buy it. Transparency, collaboration, the accountability, and the simplicity. All are key objectives that are required by the supply chain leaders, and they needed to be in their software. This is what we are claiming that we are delivering, and this is what our customers are happy with when they implement our software. This is a data-driven analysis, data-driven decision-making process. The strong is not just having the data, but it's having single point of truth, where you'll be able to identify and design your decisions based on the analysis of your existing data. It will be not easy if it is scattered in different multiple systems. When you have it only in one system, you'll be able to get your analysis. You will be able to take an informed decisions for your supply chain. Compliance is very important, and this is our strength, and it's built in within the system, and it is configurable, not customizable, fitting all majority of the business processes. The system gives the flexibility to the CIOs, okay, to focus on their ERPs, because realistically, we are not replacing the ERPs. We're complementing the existing. I will go for this in 1 second. But this helped them to focus into the internal ERP implementation and give the sourcing part into the procurement, where they have the source, the super users in the procurement are able to manage this system. It's really very easy to support, very easy to manage and grow. It's a cloud solution, so all patching and all the support is done on the cloud. We are hosting locally here an instant in ODP, so the data is not going outside of Oman. It's a cloud license, but here in Oman, which is, I think, differentiated than any other competitor in this region, that the data here in Oman. For the CFOs, they can see the ROI happening because the cost of the implementation is really, compared to others, is really simple because we don't customize, we configure. We have pre-designed processes that fits multiple industries. So we can go industry-specific processes. And I would say that 6 months is a very long time that is even unrealistic. It comes to that huge, if you're having multiple integrations, not with one ERP, if you have the integration with multiple ERPs. And many companies don't have one ERP, you have SAP, they have Oracle, and they have Dynamics. So when you have this, I would say 6 months is a long time for that. For the procurement, I think us, because we are really helping them in doing their job in a better way and simpler way, making them achieve their targets. So that's Jagger 1. Oh, we have the modules, the supplier network. As the others, they have the supplier network. We have our own supplier network. We have a supplier network for the US and the EMEA, based in Germany. And hopefully soon you will hear about the news about Middle East and North Africa supplier network. And integrated seamlessly with the third-party applications. So again, we're not replacing ERPs. We're complementing the ERPs. And we are certified integrated with Maximo, with SAP, and with Oracle and Dynamics. And this makes it, we give the simple process. We are best of breed. We know exactly this software has been developed by the procurement. The whole company is working only in procurement. They are most of the development team and the product development team, actually, who are not doing the development, are coming from procurement background and supply chain background. They build it to serve the purposes. And with the same technology, help us to integrate where we are not competing there, we're complementing the competition there. I would say, I was trying to challenge the number of mandate, the procurement cycle. It was reduced from 45 to 32. I don't remember, I didn't memorize it. Mr. Zuhair? Huh? 60 to 40, 30%. We're claiming a little bit more. We're claiming a little bit more. By procure to pay. But I mean, it's case by case and it depends upon the complexity. But the feedback that we received from multiple implementations that we significantly improve. And this project is one of the projects that you can really identify the return on investment and justify it easily. When you reduce the cycle times, when you're able to get better prices, buy in the right time, analyze your categories, remove the fragmentation in the procurement and make it forward. So, this is how we help our customers in their digital transformation. We're providing you with single source of truth and improved supplier collaboration and partnership with the suppliers, in addition to the compliance adoption. And actually, this will lead us to the good results. I think I'm done with my presentation. I'm coming back to that platform for Jagger 1, and I'm open for any questions if you have. Okay. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you.
Thank you, Steph. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Shukran. Thank you, Hussam, for the informative presentation. A big round of applause, please, for him. Ladies and gentlemen, after some serious discussions and presentations, it's time for some celebrations now. We'd now like to present the Supply Chain Awards to acknowledge the achievement of the best performers in the supply chain, logistics, technology, manufacturing, oil and gas, value chain, and leadership in the Sultanate. Now we request United Media Services Editor-in-Chief, Mr. Khalfan Al-Rahbi, and the General Manager, Corporate Affairs, Mr. Saeed Masoud Al-Mashani, to kindly come up on stage to present the first batch of awards. So can we have both of them? Mr. Saeed. Please give them a big round of applause. All right, so the first award in this category of Excellence in Manufacturing. The winning company is a leading manufacturer and seller of concrete blocks, interlocks, curbstones, ready-mix concrete, and precast products, and is known for its innovative approach towards product development and producing high-quality products. The winner is Oman Portuguese Cement Products. Please give them a big round of applause. Congratulations to Oman Portuguese Cement Products. Our next award is for excellence in oil field maintenance services. The winning company is a leading EPC contracting, manufacturing, and maintenance company specialized in design, engineering, project construction, fabrication, painting, and testing and maintenance activities across oil and gas, refineries, petrochemicals, and power industries, with an excellent track record in HSC and in ICV. The winner is Arabian Industries. The next award is for excellence in oil field supplies and installation. The winning company is a contracting and trading company that has made a significant contribution in the success of major oil and gas projects since 1983. Its clients vouch for its quality of service and upholding the highest safety and training standards. And the winner is Gulf Petrochemical Services and Trading. Our next award is for excellence in oil field services. The winner is one of the most preferred companies for specialized inspection services by clients in oil and gas and petrochemicals, power and construction industries in Oman. Its multidisciplinary team of inspection professionals is highly rated by all of its clients. The winning company is High Tech Inspection Services. The next award is for excellence in innovating solutions for flare gas recovery and monetization. It goes to a company that's helping Oman's industry to meet the zero flaring target by 2030 through their turnkey solution that are economically, environmentally, and technically highly viable and effective. And the winner is Seven Seas Petroleum. The next award is for the Young Business Leader of the Year. The winner is a co-founder and CEO of Phase Ventures, a venture capital firm innovating platform founded to transform the region by unlocking the untapped potential of our youth, startups, and corporates. He is committed to enable innovation through early-stage investment and strategic partnerships. His focus is on early-stage technology investment from pre-seed to Series A, particularly technology disrupting the energy and logistics sector. Under his leadership, Phase Ventures has partnered with PDO, Oman Oil, and ORPEC Group on a number of different fronts in technology and investment. He studied mathematics and computer science at the University of Toronto, got trained at Investcorp INSEAD Leadership Program, as well as Dubai Bank's investment division. He is the general partner of Spark Lab Energy Accelerator and a board member of technology-based startup, including Akid, Mushrif, Fazero, and overall he has over 10 years of experience managing both public and private equity portfolios. He's been a guest lecturer at Harbor Space University's High-Tech Entrepreneurship Program. And yes, the recipient of the Young Business Leader of the Year award goes to Abdullah Shakhsi. Congratulations. And I have to mention it, Abdullah is also a fellow Sultan School alumni, so go Sultan School. Well done. This brings us to the end of the first set of awards. Mr. Saeed, Mr. Khalfan, thank you very much for doing the honors. Now, to present the next set of awards, we invite the Honorable Salam Saeed al-Shakhsi, CEO of Al-Izz Islamic Bank, and UMS's Executive Vice President, Ms. Alpana Roy, to please come up on stage. The next award is in the category of the Company of the Year. The winner has emerged as one of the most reputed all-service groups in Oman's construction industry. They've achieved this by basing everything they do on their core value of HSE and quality. They've consolidated their position at the forefront of Oman's construction industry by playing an active role in providing the country with some of its most recognizable landmarks. Over a journey spanning 4 decades, the group has grown from a small family business to one that leads the industry in contracting manufacturing of cement products, building finishes, products and roads, asphalt and infrastructure works, amongst other products offerings, with a diverse team of over 30,000 employees. The winner of the Company of the Year award goes to At-Tasneem. Congratulations to At-Tasneem. Our next award is for excellence in digital transformation. The winning company has achieved a remarkable digital transformation of its supply chain. Its processes are digitized, starting from raising purchase requisitions, sourcing and tendering, technical and commercial evaluations, awarding, release and call-out, as well as inventory management activities and electronic invoicing. It is one of the very few companies in Oman that have implemented job order and contract performance management solutions with great results. The winning company is Dalil Petroleum. Our next award is for Procurement Team of the Year. It goes to the procurement team of one of the leading building material groups in the Sultanate of Oman. It has one of the largest networks of distribution covering more than 12 cities across the Sultanate. It provides more than 15,000 items under one roof and is representing many international building materials brands, providing value for money and quality solutions at all times. And the winner is Mr. Riaz and Partners. Our next award is for Supply Chain and Logistics Technology Leader of the Year. The recipient is an expert par excellence in logistics, technology, and strategy. He has over 22 years in the supply chain and logistics arena with focuses on new business models and value-driven technology initiatives. He has been instrumental in setting up 5 new business ventures globally in the fourth-party logistics service industry. He thrives on operational excellence and technology innovation that brings business value. And as a Director of Technology in the Oman Logistics Center at Asiad, he is involved in implementing technological initiatives that contribute towards the Sultanate of Oman's Logistics Strategy 2040 to uplift Oman's logistics sector. The winner is Mr. Sanjeev Madavi, Director of Technology, Oman Logistics Center, Asiad. Our next award is for excellence in-country value. The winner is an IT organization implementing nationwide technology-driven projects that positively impact the growth of the community. Its unique initiatives have made a significant impact on the business ecosystem and in-country value generation. Its initiative, National Business Framework, is a B2B stimulation platform for over 7,500 credibility-verified companies across 95+ countries. Its efficient supplier registration and procurement system, popularly known as the Joint Supplier Registration System, has been a very huge success. The winner for this award is Business Gateways International. Moving on, we're now going to present the final award, which is the Lifetime Achievement Award to an industry stalwart. The winner has experience spanning over 40 years, including 31 years in PDO. He spent his first 17 years in the oil and gas facilities, mainly in engineering. This has been followed by 15 years dedicated to other operations, including logistics and supply chain, and last 10 years as a full-fledged entrepreneur. He's one of the most respected figureheads in Oman's oil and gas and logistics and transport sector. He's passionately evolving new business models, and he's a specialist in integrating HSSE's systems within vital industry sectors and simultaneously driving the ICV and sustainability initiatives. He's the chairman of Oman Center for Skills Development, Maharat, Oman Chapter of Chartered Institute for Logistic and Transport, and Oman Logistic Human Capital Development Task Force. He's the deputy chairman of National Transport Review Committee for Policy Implementation. He's also a board member of Oman Logistics Association. He is the CEO of Al Safwa and Partners. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together to welcome the recipient of the Lifetime Achievement Award, Mr. Warith Al Kharousi. Congratulations. I'd request all the winners to please kindly come up on stage for a group photograph, if that's okay with everyone. So all the winners, if you can join us up on stage, please. أستاذ وارث، نطلب منك ترجع بس لصورة. الله يخليك. Guys, let's have a big round of applause for all the winners today. Thank you very much. Congratulations to all the winners. Thank you, Salam. Thank you, Alpana, for doing the honors. Really appreciate it. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that brings us for the lunch break. Now, you're kindly requested to return in an hour as we have interesting sessions lined up post the lunch break. So I hope you guys enjoy the food, and I'll see you back here again in the hour. Thank you very much. Check. All right. All right, everyone, welcome back. It's been an eventful day. We still have a little more to go and a lot of interesting topics coming up. We'll start the proceedings for the third session of the day with a presentation by Awad al-Shikaili. He's a technology expert, co-founder and CTO of eMushraf, an IoT company focused on creating unique tracking and safety solutions for school transportations and other logistic domains. He's more than 8 years of experience in solution architecture and software development projects. He specialized in the rapid delivery of scalable and resilient technology solutions designed for heterogeneous environments and networks. And he previously worked for PDO in delivering comprehensive corporate business intelligence solutions. Furthermore, he worked on the delivery, management, and operations of one of the largest high-performance computer infrastructures in the Gulf region. He'll be making a presentation on eMushrif, the journey of building a logistics platform. Please help me in welcoming to the stage Awad al-Shakaili.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum. My name is Awad al-Shakaili. I'm the Chief Technology Officer at eMushrif and also the co-founder. And today I'll take you through the journey of our company building a resilient logistics solution for school transportation and the challenges and how we've overcome these challenges and the learnings that we've gathered in our journey. Before I start, let me introduce the company a little bit. We are Omani startup. We started about 2 years ago, and we are IoT specialists. We design our own hardware and software, and we've been backed by Raft, Oman Technology Fund, Face Ventures, and we've been in business now for 2 years, and we have a lot of customers in the private schools. When we first started the company, we wanted to solve one big issue, which is the issue of kids being left behind in school buses, which might sometimes lead to the death of children. And our objective was to eliminate those type of incidents and ease the fleet management and also manage the attendance of kids inside of bus. Furthermore, we wanted to regain parents' trust on school transportation, and this is something important, especially for private schools, in order to attract more students. Furthermore, we wanted to maintain school reputation. One incident in any of these school buses might mean a lot of opportunities for schools, especially private schools. Now, if we try to think about how we can build a solution to solve this issue at the high level, it will look something like this. You have a fleet of buses that will be sending some data or telemetry to the servers, and then some sort of transformation happens there, and eventually the data will be displayed to the users in some sort of user interface. Just a small disclaimer to everyone. The talk will be a little bit technical. I'll try to make it easy to understand as much as I can. However, we are not really building a typical tracking solution. It's a bit more sophisticated. Therefore, we have to take into consideration some aspects in terms of what kind of hardware do you want to have in the buses, how customizable it is, integration aspects in terms of what kind of peripherals should be integrated into the solution, communication, are we going to 3G, 4G, or maybe something a bit more exotic like LoRa or Sigfox. Power management is a big issue as well. It's not just tracking. We're talking about safety, motion sensing, maybe cameras as well. So power management also is an important aspect to consider. Now when it comes to the back-end services, scalability, customizability, capability, infrastructure, all of that needs to be taken into consideration. And finally, nowadays users have a lot of expectations when it comes to user experience and user interface. And they require more capabilities, especially when we're dealing with many different schools who each have their own different requirements. There were three main themes when we started with our company. There is the evolving business requirement. Different schools have different requirements. It needs to be scalable. It's because the solution needs to be able to roll out to hundreds, if not thousands, of buses and to be used by thousands and thousands of users. And there were go-to-market pressures. At the time, when we first started, a lot of the solutions available on the market were mainly tracking solutions, but they didn't have the capabilities or the features that we wanted. And we needed to have a solution ready to be deployed as soon as possible, which leads us to our first attempt. Attempt number one, get something off the shelf, outsource the development of it, and roll it out. And that's what we did. The picture there in the green, that's the hardware that it gets installed inside in the bus. And it pretty much just provides three capabilities: identification of people who board the bus, using RFID cards, communication, it was just 2G, and of course GPS. We started rolling out this solution to 2 schools, specifically Al-Sahwa and Al-Quram, as far as I remember. It was good, but it has its own issues. It was really hard to customize the hardware. Adding more peripherals, it was challenging. Modifying the firmware was challenging. There were no power management capabilities. Front-end user interface was all right, but it could be better. And because due to the nature that we are outsourcing the development to another company, adding new capability is just time-consuming. And finally, it was not scalable. We realized from the very start that it was not scalable, but it was okay. We wanted to go to market as fast as possible. And this leads us to attempt number 2. We said, well, let's build our own custom board. As you can see there on the picture on the red, that's our printed circuit board that we've designed. And it's designed to work alongside the off-the-shelf solution that we got to extend its capabilities. So we managed to add motion sensing, alarm systems, power management into the solution. However, the user interface and a lot of the capabilities still stayed the same, and we still had shortcomings. At this point, we had growing demand and a lot of more users. At this point, we had more than 20 schools already, around 200, 300 buses, and our technology just couldn't keep up anymore. And again, adding new capabilities was time-consuming. And the most difficult part is that supporting a solution. What I mean by that is operation and support. It started to become more and more complex. We didn't have sufficient monitoring tools to be able to cope with the high demand. Eventually, we decided we reached a point where we just had to just change everything. And that takes us to attempt number 3. We decided to do everything from scratch. Well, we still maintained our existing solution, but we started to transition into a new in-house built solution. And the principles that we were focused on is that hardware needs to be affordable, customizable. We need to decouple as many aspects of our solution as possible. It needs to be scalable. It needs to have a delightful user interface and user experience. And we needed to support faster network capabilities in order to support more sophisticated use cases, such as cameras, video, audio, and so on. And we needed efficient monitoring capabilities in order to be able to maintain this and to support it more efficiently. And finally, we needed more modern development tools in order to make the continuous development of our solution better and easier. And finally, we needed to automate everything. If we are to scale, everything needs to be automated from the ground up. And that's what we did. We created a fully integrated solution, our own custom hardware designed by our team, complete redesign of our web application and mobile application, and a redesign of our backend services to be scalable, to be able to cater for thousands, tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of users. So we have a team of electronics engineers who actually went back to the drawing board. They've designed the hardware to be as customizable as possible. We have a manufacturing partner who actually manufactured this for us, and it is better than any of the options that we had on the market, and of course cheaper, because we've designed it, we manufactured it specifically just for us. And this is how it looks like in reality. It has communication capabilities, tracking capabilities, and any peripheral that needs to be connected to the hardware can be just connected very easily to the ribbon connector that you see over there. Some of the hardware or peripherals that we can connect are identification system, whether it's RFID, keypad, QR, PLE, you name it. If we want to add another identification system, we can do it with ease. We're able to add visual check enforcement capabilities. This is specifically for school buses. At the end of the trip, drivers are supposed to do a visual check. So at the end of the trip, they're forced to go to the end of the bus to press a button. If they don't, alarm system will be triggered. We're able to add motion sensors, panic signals, loud emergency alarms, and of course cameras as well. And the list goes on and on. We're able to pretty much add whatever we want there. Identification of passengers inside of the bus initially happened using passive RFID cards, which is typically used in the industry. But now we've actually moving to a more active identification system using wireless active cards. And we're also working on-edge face recognition. Of course, we do have face recognition for to be used inside of facilities, but on edge means on the vehicle itself, it's a bit more challenging to do it. But we have a working prototype that we'll probably deploy within a year. When it comes to our infrastructure, we have to redesign everything to be for scale. Decoupled many of the services in order to make them fault tolerant. For example, if one aspect of our solution that is responsible for the mobile application, web application, if that fails, it shouldn't affect the other part of the solution that handles the ingestion of data from buses. So everything is built decoupled and to be fault tolerant, and if it fails gracefully. Fully containerized, highly available, modern technology stack, and of course it's locally hosted. Due to the nature of the data that we are processing, by law we are forced to have our infrastructure here in Oman. This picture would have changed if we didn't have that restriction. That restriction made our backend a bit more expensive than it should, but that's the reality of things. And sometimes you need to deal with it. Again, as I mentioned, we redesigned our application when it comes to the mobile application, which is available in the Arabic and English language. It is updated frequently. It has two variants. One is for the parents. Parents are able to track the bus that take their kids to school in real time. They're able to review the past trips, get the estimated time of arrival, but most importantly, they get notifications. In terms of whether the bus is near home, whether the kid has been picked up, the kid has been dropped off to school, and so on and so on. And the other variant is for the school administration. They're able to see or track in real time the location of every single bus, who's inside the bus, who was dropped off, and so on. Even they are able to get a snapshot in real time of who's inside of the bus itself. Schools also get notifications that are important to them: overspeeding, triggered alarms, end of trip, and so on. And we also provide a web application specifically for school administration in order to do more of a deep dive into more information about the trips and other reports. But the question is, how did we scale? When we first started, we started with 2 schools. Now we have over 75 schools. We have more than 700 buses using our system. We're rolling out into different countries now, in Kuwait, and soon after into Bahrain. How we're able to handle that and having just a small team. By the way, we're only 27. We're growing, but we're only 27. But we were able to manage all the operation aspect of that. And the way we did it, we just automated everything. And the first thing that we focus on is automating data entry. I'll give you a very simple example. We have currently here in Oman, we're serving more than 10,000 students so far, parents, information, and so on. Now imagine trying to enter the home location of every single kid. That's just a lot of work. So what we did, we just created an algorithm, a machine learning clustering algorithm that will just automatically detect the home location of every single kid within the next 2 days. And the list goes on. This is just a very simple example. We invested in robust, powerful operation tools. We have a saying, more tech, less people. It's not because we don't want to hire more people, it's just that we want our people to use their time more efficiently to do what's more important. We focused on a proactive operation. As part of the hardware redesign, the hardware is capable of identifying when there is any failure in any part of the hardware. So we know when anything, any incident or anything goes wrong in our system before our customers do, and we respond to them as quickly as possible. As I mentioned, we decouple as much as we can of our services, robust hardware, and most importantly, the right partners. When we first started, we got something off the shelf. Yes, we want to go to market. We were able to go to market as quickly as we can, but it's not very sustainable. And that's one of the things that a lot of startups sometimes struggle with. How do they transition from an MVP, something quick and dirty, to something more sustainable? And finally, having an amazing, capable team is extremely important. That's one of the things that me and my co-founder Adnan Shiraili focused on, is investing in getting the right people to help us take us to the next level. Now, what's next? We have a lot to do. We're still not there yet. One of them is route optimization. We estimate around 10% of the trips that happen every day can be optimized. Now, for one bus, 10%, that's not much, but we're talking about hundreds of thousands of buses. That's a lot of saved money. Another thing is on-edge AI capabilities. As I mentioned, we currently have proof of concepts to do face recognition inside of the bus itself, but we're also researching into doing other things such as driving behavior, whether they're using the mobile phone or not. Also detecting hazard inside of the bus or around the bus using computer vision. And we're doing more and more. And if you'd like to know more, please contact us, visit us. We're in Ghala. And thank you very much for listening. And now I'll take your questions. Yes.
Can you guys put my mic? Okay, thank you very much. So you said you've got about 20 odd or about 70 odd schools, right? Does that include the government and private sector, or is it only focused on the private sector?
Currently, private schools mainly. Currently, we're in talks with the Ministry of Education to start rolling out or covering some of the public schools. So we'll keep you posted, I guess.
Yeah. Is there a specific reason why it was easier to go to the private schools than the government schools?
The reason is that currently the Ministry of Education, they have their own project called Darb al-Salama, which they started a year and a half ago. And it was a contract that was given to Omantel. However, Omantel is the they hold a contract, but they subcontract to other company. So there is a possibility for us joining that effort as well, and we would love to as well.
Right, any other questions, guys? No? Big round of applause, please, for Awad al-Shakiri.
Thank you.
Thank you, Awad.
Thank you.
ما قصرت.
Exactly.
Very interesting, isn't it? Small Omani companies coming up with solutions for everyday problems that we face. And these are the guys that we need to support in order for us to get out more. And I'm glad that he's looking at Kuwait and looking at Bahrain, and we wish you all the best, Awad. Well done. All right, ladies and gentlemen, logistics is the backbone of the overall supply chain industry. And logistics has also been identified as one of the thrust areas for the economic diversification drive in Oman. Our next panel discussion focuses on transformation of logistics sector and innovative business models. Without wasting much time, let's invite our esteemed panelists on stage and find out what they have to say. Now, I've done a very, very big introduction for Mr. Warith Al-Kharousi, who won the Lifetime Achievement Award, so I'm not going to do the whole introduction again. Mr. Warith, please. Our next panelist is Paul Callaghan, partner Moore Stevens. He's an experienced partner with a demonstrated history of working in the audit, internal control, advisory, and accounting across banking, insurance, investment, and pensions, construction, retail, power and utilities, oil and gas, and the list goes on. So overall, he has over 28 years of experience in consulting, including 24 years in Oman. And Paul is already on stage. Big rounds of applause for Paul. Our next panelist is Sanjeev Madavi, Director, Technology in Oman Logistics Center, Asyad. Thank you for being here. Our next panelist is Raed Norris, General Manager, RMX Logistics Oman. He joined RMX in logistic industry in 2010, and after working in Jordan for a few years, he moved to Oman in 2014. In his current role, he's responsible for managing RMX's logistic warehousing, transportation business in the Sultanate. Please help me in welcoming him to the stage. And we now also invite our moderator, Mr. Muhammad Nasser Al-Lemki. He is the head of SME and sales at services at Al-Izz Islamic Bank. He has extensive experience of over 10 years in the banking industry. His analytical financial knowledge has served both the Omani and the UAE banking sector, where he assumed numerous roles involving sales, business development, and MIS, and setting up many internal business units through strategic planning, execution, and implementation. He is also one of the rising stars in our bank, so please give him a big round of applause.
Thank you for the introduction, Murtada. I'm actually very pleased and glad to be part of this panel discussion. Specifically after I saw, sorry guys, but Raed's name and the name of the company Aramex as well. I knew that that would be a point that everybody would be able to relate to. I'm sure most of you, if not all of you, have dealt with Aramex, at least in receiving or sending something across. And as Mr. Sanjeev announced earlier, you know, that last crucial part when your container arrives to your doorstep, that is the most complex and the most crucial part of logistics and supply chain at the end of the day. That's the user experience that most of you can feel, touch, and see most of the time. Of course, I'm not saying that, you know, the big boys at the end of the day are important. Of course they are. You know, sourcing something from across the world all the way to a remote country is very challenging. However, it's at the end of the day the collective effort of all the guys in the supply chain, in essence. So that's why I'm very glad to be part of this panel here. I know the microphone keeps slipping away from my mouth. My sound keeps going far, but I'll try to keep it in the same location. Without further ado, I think everybody has been introduced by Murtada already, and I think let's start and let's get the show on the road. I think we'll start with Sanjeev, just a question directed to you, specifically in terms of the Oman Logistics Strategy 2040. There's been a lot of buzz in the market about, you know, the strategy that people are looking at, that the government is actually strategizing. So I think with your unique position in ASEAN, and for the benefit of people to have some insight, let's hear what you have to say in terms of what you think of the strategy and the way that it's currently being implemented.
I think the question is a very open-ended question, and I think it's good for us to explain to the audience. That is why we are here. As part of the Sultan of Oman Logistics Strategy 2040, we have 4 groups of participants. We have what we call as trade facilitation. That is a pillar which is about trying to help everyone in the logistics industry, be it somebody who's using the services or be it somebody who's providing services. So we're here to facilitate them to work together, remove any roadblocks, remove any issues, any problems you face. We're there to help you with that. There is a second pillar, which is about human capital. This is about developing the capability of our local Omani workforce within the logistics industry. And we are very keen on trying to build capability through changes within the curriculum programs with support of the Ministry of Education. We are constantly in touch with most of the academia as well as institutes who are providing services from a professional perspective as well. We are constantly trying to redevelop the kind of training opportunities that are being given out, not only trying to look at training within the country, but also trying to get some world-class elements that are being out there, which need to be learned by people, and they can bring the best practice back into the country. Third is what we call as the markets pillar, which is about trying to bring new investments into the country for the logistics sector. And fourth, and finally what I call as a fulcrum, is the technology. And as everyone would sort of agree, technology is now all pervasive, and we are there helping and supporting everyone in their endeavors. So whether it is trade facilitation, removing roadblocks on bringing containers into the country, or whether it is facilitating the last mile delivery, trying to bring new startups in the space, helping people, trying to bring new technologies. So we have technologies like drones and blockchains, IoT, sensors. What we saw with eMushrif right now was again one of the stellar examples of how we're trying to promote new ideas into the country, how they can definitely bring a lot of value proposition for existing problems, and we have local solutions to that. So that's again a promotion that we very, very wholeheartedly participate in. Third, we are again trying to generate the bias of the community towards adopting technology faster, because we realize we have small companies, we have to scale up fast. And just giving the same case as eMushrif earlier, trying to scale it to 70 schools, yes, but now to grow to 700, they should be able to do that as fast as possible. So logistics is all about being focused and about agility. So if you have a strong focus in the area, as well as the agility to move fast, you will definitely be able to get there. But we, as technology, are there to support. We need to provide the right systems, the right infrastructure. There should be signal coverage in the right area. Things like those have all to be taken up. So from a technology perspective, we have a long way to go as far as the transformation of the industry is concerned. But the other aspect which I would like to leave before I wind up is about the national projects. It's not again trying to build the capabilities in smaller groups. We would like to have blanket national platforms where people can join in, collaborate together, provide opportunities for demand and for supply. So if somebody has a truck in Salalah and they have some opportunity to do business in Muscat, they may not be able to communicate with each other unless there is a common community platform which allows them to interact with each other and communicate better. This is also an opportunity for us to look at corporates and larger enterprises to join in such endeavors and use them as your cooperative arm in terms of providing the last mile services. So if Aramex is bringing international shipments into the country, there is a wonderful opportunity for them to use some local talent in trying to service the last mile for the entire community. There are a lot of areas that is going on. Digital transformation is definitely a key agenda for us. But as I said, it is a holistic growth of the sector. We have to nurture what is there. We have to improve what is happening currently. And we have to build our local capability and skill pool for the next 40 years. And apart from that, it's all about trying to get ourselves to that world-class element in terms of operational excellence, so that people can say, if it's Oman, it will be there. It is going to be the best service I'm going to get, and I have a strong guarantee about that. And that's what we're trying to achieve here.
It's a very comprehensive answer, which I liked. Although just one point that I wanted to hit upon from your answer, ever since the government has actually announced Oman Logistics Strategy 2040, do you feel because there's a buzz going around about logistics that there has been any changes that you have seen in the market in terms of local players specifically?
I think the acceptance of local SMEs within the corporate logistics environment has been very, very receptive. We have seen a lot of new companies which are being brought into and are providing services either directly in logistics execution or in allied areas. Like, for example, if you look at drones being used for inspection of wellheads in oil and gas sector, that's again a fallout. It's a logistics business case applied to another industry. Same is the case with our school bus management. Yeah, this is again a solution which has been, the problem has been there for a long time, right? And we have been discussing solutions for quite a few years now. And I see a very, very strong case with EmoShift taking it up so quickly, so fast, and having scaled up so well to now establish themselves as a recognized player. We have a lot of cases of SMEs who are actually approaching us for consultation. We are open, as always. We are more than happy to guide them, to advise them on how the sector is, what is the area of opportunity, what we can do, and how they can grow fast within this area that we are trying to nurture here. So we are definitely there to support the community, and we see there is a strong impetus on SME development that goes in the logistics sector.
That's good to hear. I think that's, at the end of the day, what we're trying to achieve it's not about having large companies operating. It's about the smaller ones becoming scalable and becoming economies of scale at the end of the day. That's going to create jobs, that's going to create opportunities, and that's how the economy is going to thrive. Moving on now slightly from Sanjeev, I'll give you a chance to rest. Coming to Paul, you and I actually have a bit of similarities. I started off my career in transaction advisory with Ernst & Young. When I was looking through your profile, I saw that you were also involved in infrastructure and power consultancy, which was my specialty during that time. So when I saw you on the panel, I was like, should I steer the conversation towards that or should I stick to logistics? But I think there's a lot of commonalities there that we'll be able to talk about. But it would be very interesting to see your perspective of the other companies that are actually operating in the scenes that are related to logistics. Has there been any movement with the announcement of Oman Logistics Strategy 2040?
Well, I think if you look at all businesses in Oman, to some degree they're reliant on logistics, whether they're exporting or importing. And I think it's great to see initiatives like the Oman Logistics Strategy 2040. And it's a great piece of work. So compliments to the team who put that together. I do believe that organizations are changing. I'm sure if you talk to any organization who's an active player in this economy, they'll be talking about logistics, they'll be talking about innovation and technology. They may not know what innovation means, but they like to use the word. But there's a lot of people out there who are genuinely changing, and they see a need for change. I think the only challenge I see is it's a great strategy. Can it be implemented faster? And I think that will make a real difference.
Well said. I think key to anything is turnaround time, as we like to say in the bank as well, and something that we pride ourselves on. However, if you had a few words of advice for any key stakeholders that are involved in this strategy, what would that be? What would be the key points that you would tell them to focus on in order for them to thrive and succeed while growing with this strategy?
I'd probably really say three things at a high level, and then a few little details in each of the four pillars underpinning the strategy. I think the three high-level things are break down silos. There's a lot of organizations involved in or linked to logistics and supply chain where they're rowing in different directions. Oman has great potential, as everybody knows, as a logistics center, not just for the Middle East, but for the whole region. There are 65 countries on China's Belt and Roads Initiative. Oman is one of them, and a lot of people don't realize that. To fulfill that potential, let's get everybody rowing in the same direction. Sounds easy, it's not. Secondly, I would say continue to collaborate widely. Search out for people to collaborate with. We've heard some very, very interesting young innovators today. From Abdullah Al-Shaksi, we heard about the school buses. There's some great minds, young Omani minds out there. Collaborate with them. Do something different. The last thing, again, comes on to what I said earlier. You've got a great strategy. Please implement it yesterday, as soon as possible. When you then go down to the four pillars, I think there's four, isn't there? You can kick me if I miss one. You've got trade facilitation, and you've got market development as two of those pillars. I think common across other sectors in Oman, foreign direct investment is key. There's a new foreign investment law which I hope will make things easier. Oman has slipped in recent years down the ease of doing business index. That needs to be pushed back up in line with Vision 2040. I think that's critical. If you move down to human capital, I've heard some really great things. And many of the audience who are from PDO will be aware of some great initiatives. The Oman Petroleum Alliance has been very successful. I think if the stakeholders in the Oman Logistics Strategy can take the OPAL, if you like, example and see what you can learn from it, government and private collaboration. It's no good just getting the colleges to run courses if it's not what the private sector employers need. So there has to be collaboration. Again, another PDO example, in-country value. If you can leverage off that and do something similar, fantastic. I think last but definitely not least, technology. Again, collaborate. Collaborate with these young Omanis who are developing some incredible solutions. Look at some of the regional international players who have some very, very successful technology tools. Aramex, Shop and Ship. It's my favorite app. And I think that's it really for me.
Thank you so much, Paul. I think that hit all the points. Moving on to Mr. Warith. You're a veteran when it comes to this industry, as we have seen and as evident from the award that you got today. Congratulations. But assuming that Oman Logistics Strategy 2040 kicks off the way that it was intended and becomes a great success, and there is a massive influx of companies involved in logistics, big and small, maybe even international players, with Oman opening up its borders to foreign direct investments and competition as well, which would be good to grow the industry. What impacts do you foresee for your existing businesses if that were to happen? And if there are any, do you consider them positive or negative?
Thank you for the question. First of all, the Oman Logistics Association has been formed as basically a voice for the industry. So the Oman Association is actually an enabler and a platform for engaging the industry. And like Paul said here, basically, when you want to collaborate and work with other people, the strategy is standing on its own right. It won't do very much. You need to engage the communities, the local players, you name it. So Oman Association, like the Oman Petroleum Alliance Group, is, like the Oman Petroleum Alliance Group, is very important for Oman, and the Banking Association in a similar manner in terms of banking. The logistics strategy, to start with, in the good old days, His Excellency Dr. Futesi actually laid the vision first in 2013. And here was a conference like this and said, like, this is what we aspire to in Oman. Then what he put together is actually the industry, the people, the communities. There were about 75 people in the private sector and the government sector participating to evolve the 2040 strategy. So that was very successful because actually it had a roadmap with aspirations, etc., from the vision. The Oman Association actually does what? Is actually facilitate, there's strategies going on, there is the communities, there is the companies that do different things for the strategy, there's international companies, etc., that they would like to participate. So Oman Association actually plays a platform where you have this connectivity between the industry and the government policy making, etc. So it's a very good way of actually penetrating the market in level playing field, and allowing not to say the government really regulating things, they can regulate, but what do the industry feel and how they enable the organization, the different organization to do well and become ease of doing business, etc. Because if policies are wrong, you can actually impair the progress. And I think one big thing here is that it's been said that the 2040 strategy, the Tanfidh initiatives are really rolling very slowly into the marketplace. And there may be good reasons for that. Because also you need to make sure that the regulations are in place, the policies are in place, but at the same time, Oman doesn't have the time to wait too long because we are very much oil and gas dependent. We need to do something like logistics. Logistics is the second big thing. So Oman really need to move fast to be able to catch up, and in fact, not to depend too much on the oil and gas. So really we can learn a lot from the oil and gas, but put in the outside thing, which is logistics. And association actually enables that. Now, for instance, we've recently formed, 2018, we were endorsed by the cabinet. This year has been very active. We've got about 5 to 6 subcommittees in shipping, in freighting, in courier, and many other things, so that a lot more participants can actually participate with that strategy, realization, etc. At the time of the 2040 strategy, it was about 75 people. Now we're talking about 500 people getting involved on a day-to-day basis. How could we move forward? So maybe, Paul, if you wait long enough, you start seeing the velocity.
Let's not wait too long.
I think that's a very good point. After oil and gas, Oman has something that a lot of countries don't have. The strategic location of Oman puts us in a very unique position to take advantage of the whole logistics scene, not only nationally, but also regionally, and if not, eventually globally as well. So thank you for that. Moving on to Raed. Actually, I have a personal question. I have a tracking number here, if you can help me out. Just kidding. Aramex is a very well-known company. At the end of the day, it's something that doesn't even need an introduction. However, from somebody that works in Aramex, asking the same question that I did to Mr. Wareth, how do you foresee the influx, let's say, if the strategy was to be very successful, how do you foresee the performance or the change in strategy of Aramex? How would that take place if there were several other players that come into play once the logistics scene expands exponentially in Oman?
First, thank you so much for the invitation and for the great introduction. We are happy to be participating in this important conference. I would like also to thank all the stakeholders who established and now implementing the 2040 strategy, as this will come back with great benefits to all of us. The work that has been done in the past 5 years was just extraordinary in the logistics sector. We can feel it from our personal experience. Back in 2014, when we started our warehousing and logistics services, we established a massive warehouse with a 15,000 square meter, and we implemented all the international standards in the warehouse. We managed also to take all the certificates related to our business. By that time, we were so excited to go to the market and share our warehouse and our experience with the market, as we know, the marketing people. But we got stuck in several questions regarding trust issue with the service. There was, the companies, especially the medium companies that were unaware of our services, the 3PL service, they started asking questions like how you'll take our stock, how you will guarantee that you will not lose or damage our products. So this was a challenge that time, but now in 2019 and after 5 years only, whenever you go to the market and start telling them about your products and services, they will directly come and ask you several questions in deep of your business. Now they know, they are educated. They can ask you about your system. They will ask you if you are using the RFI scanners, what technologies that you are using in your warehouse. So now the situation has changed in only 5 years. So I believe in, after 10 to 20 years of focusing, investing in the logistics sector, things will be better, and the shape of the logistics in Oman will be completely changed. It will be, of course, in the higher level and better situation. For the opportunity, we think the best opportunities for the logistics companies will be in the e-commerce, the B2C business, in addition to the growth that will happen to the B2B, but we believe that the e-commerce will be the big factor in the coming years. According to our experience in the other regions, most of the big countries now are moving to e-commerce. They are keeping their shops open. They are for the normal visitors and the normal buyers, but in parallel, they are working on their websites and in their online shopping. So we believe after a while, most of the purchases, most of the transactions will be done online. So this will give a great opportunity to the logistics sectors and the warehousing companies to expand and invest in more warehouses, customized ones for those companies to fulfill their needs. This is coming in the coming few years. Like an example, we can take Amazon now. They are always raising the competition in this. Recently, they announced 2 hours delivery. This means that you will make your order now, and after 2 hours, you will be able to collect your item. This is very, very challenging. Of course, it depends on where you live. It's not all the areas. They have a platform for this. So we believe with a continuous supporting and focusing on the logistics sector and investing for sure, Oman will be one of the most important hubs in the region, and this will come back with great benefits for the country and for the logistics companies and all other players.
Right. Actually, let's continue that trend now with respect to technology, as you just mentioned. From Aramec's point of view, what do you think are the best practices that you guys have been practicing as an organization that has been able to keep you in line with the pace of global technology, specifically improving in terms of the logistics space?
For technology, actually we have, in Aramex, we have a very big team for digital transformation. They always work on the latest technologies, and they make sure that Aramex is always up to date with the latest technology and the worldwide. So we are in Aramex having many technologies that support us in our service and day-to-day transactions. The technology, of course, helps to reduce costs, to reduce calls, to give more satisfaction for the clients. I can mention some technologies that we are using now which improve our service, like tracking shipments, the system of tracking shipments tracking. You can now track your shipment 24/7 without even using a phone call, directly from our website. You can see where your shipment is. We're using the GPS also for our vehicles and trucks. And also for the most important thing is the social media now. We are using the social media. Everyone knows how social media has helped optimize the logistics sector and operations as a whole. This is the easiest way actually to communicate with the customers and send them your latest updates, your urgent news that you need them to know. So also we are using WhatsApp for business application. This allows us to communicate also easily with our customers. Now your shipment, before it comes to the country, you will start receiving messages through WhatsApp that your shipment will reach, let's say, tomorrow or after tomorrow. Please give us your address, the preferred time for receiving the shipment, and they will ask you also for your location in the Google Maps. So this has helped us also to save a lot of time in delivery and also the cost. We also, in our warehouses, we are using in-house warehousing management system, which allow us to directly integrate with our clients' portal and websites. So we can now, this will help us in the e-commerce business. We can directly integrate our software with their software. So if you make an order online, no need for any interference between us and the customer. We will receive the order directly in the warehouse, and the team will start picking, packing, and dispatching to the end user. So as you know, we all need to be connected with the technology. If you want to stay in competition and enhance the efficiency, you need to keep up with the latest technology.
Great. And Mr. Sanjeev, from your perspective, what would you say is the global trend in terms of improvements that have been done in the logistics industry related to technology specifically?
I think before I get onto that answer, let me also mention very clearly that as Oman Logistics Center, we are constantly checking all the global trends, and we have an analytical framework by means of which we are creating an Oman Logistics Technology Radar. This is going to be a report which will actually give you access to the best trends which are available globally, but which of them are most suitable for Oman's business environment and the logistics sector here and the opportunities we see. So this is a report which is widely available today. We would definitely encourage you to either get in touch with us for getting a copy of the report. This is an annual report publication for us. So we establish the trends every year, and we keep pushing them out to the sector so they are aware of what are the new opportunities they need to work on. Having said that, if you look at the global perspective, globally technology has now been broken into 4 different areas from an impact perspective. First and foremost is the user experience enhancement. How quickly, fast, reliably can users and consumers interact with the companies and the service providers? That is the first area of opportunity in technology, how you can enhance their experience. The second part is about improving the employee productivity, because within the organization, we need to make sure the employees can function better, faster, and with much more speed and agility. So improving their productivity is the second area that we work on. Third is about the partner collaboration and facilitation of that, because we do not provide all the services ourselves. We definitely have to rely on our partners, vendors, suppliers, and other stakeholders within the ecosystem who have to support us. So we have to ensure that this collaboration is as seamless as possible. We are exchanging information transparently with a lot of reliability in this as well. And fourth, and the most important part, is what we call as digital decision framework. This is about every leadership within the organization needs to take a decision. This has to be digitally enabled. If you have enough data, if you have an analysis, and if you are able to bring the insights from the data, that is a decision which is enabled through digital means. So the focus globally is not about trying to look at digitalization, which is about converting my paper into electronic. No, now the focus is completely on digital business. So as I mentioned in the morning, we are in the era of hyper-speed change. We cannot afford to go in slow steps. But having said that, from a community and a sector perspective, change is never very easy. We have to take along everyone. We have to make sure people are all on board with the decision. There is a consensus. In fact, that was a very interesting report which I read a few days ago. And they said, as compared to what was happening 15 years ago, today, the business has to slow down when it comes to decisions. It could take 46 days for somebody to onboard a new person 15 years ago. Today it takes 92 days. For finishing an average IT project, used to be 8.5 months before. Now it's 14 months, right? The most starking example of that is that they say it's very complex because the organizations have really grown rapidly. You know, the most prominent example of this is when we consider the Fortune 500 companies in the world, right? The biggest Fortune 500 companies 15 years ago is probably 1/5 the size of the Fortune 500 company today. So which means organizations have really grown. They've become more complex. There are more stakeholders involved. To take a decision, it's not a case of one person taking the decision alone now. You have to get a consensus from 5 people, could be 10 people. So that brings complexity. That complexity has to be addressed through collaboration, through transparency, through a lot of intuitive insight, which can be enabled through technology. So I see that from our side, the focus is on trying to bring technologies which can really make a change. And I'll give a very simple example. We have all been playing with drones for a long time. And we had a very good set of friends who said, why don't I use drone for something more, strategic? We use it for oil and gas flare inspections. We had the wonderful audience today, give us an example of that. We are doing something similar on logistics. We want to use it for maintenance of the assets within the ports, right? We have people who have to actually go underwater at the port to see how the pile foundations and the port infrastructure is. There is a human element involved here. We are trying to replace that with a water drone, an underwater drone, which actually performs the entire analysis, gives you all the imagery, and then gives you a complete decision, and then we can take a decision. And that is a simple example for us to save almost 80% of the costs. But what we have to also remember is, especially taking the example earlier, technology comes at a price. It comes sometimes at the price of a human resource. So while we're trying to enable and make things faster, we also have the onus and the responsibility to make sure that people are deployed with better skills or in better work-related matters. So we are trying to see what a diver earlier was doing was only going and looking. No, now the diver is going there and fixing the problem. So there is a value add in the chain that technology is trying to bring. So that's basically for us the kind of technology evolution that we see happening today. It's small, meaningful bites where you make the impact, and then you grow the size of the pie and let the technology be used widespread across different parts of the sector. That's the idea.
Great, thank you. And I think that's an excellent leading point to my next question for Mr. Warath. When it comes to the being an entrepreneur yourself, you would understand the struggles, the competition faced, and as you mentioned, Sanjeev, earlier, the need for collaboration in order to survive in this economy these days. So from your perspective, Mr. Warath, what do you think these SMEs need to build in terms of skill sets, and also what do they need to be robust in order to survive?
Yeah, very good, very good. And I think, first of all, the logistics sector can actually absorb quite a number of SMEs. And what's been said today is that we have the technology which can collaborate. The SMEs can be really enabled by the collaboration tools, because if you look at an SME, he may have a small organization. He will not have the capability of marketing. He will not have the capability of scheduling. He will not have the capability of financing and a few many things. But if you have a platform where you can plug and play, you can bring in a lot of SMEs into a platform. You have a management layer who will manage the logistics. And this is when we talk about 4PL, logistic management systems. You bring in a very high-end, like a project management organization. And then you plug in all the SMEs. So a single owner trucker, all he's wanting to do is to make the trip, maintain his vehicle, get paid. He's not interested about marketing and stuff. So if you can actually have these collaboration tools that does all the other things for the SME, and you only allow the SME to do what they're supposed to do, and that's great. So I think there's a fantastic opportunity, and I can see people like Najwa here from SME of the Shell. This is where you need to focus on. So you give the SMEs where they can thrive, where they can be sustainable, and also have that standards of delivery as what is required. And I'll turn around to somebody, RMX here. RMX tomorrow, if you have a fantastic number of van drivers who are SMEs, I'm sure he will say, I want them all. But if they're not up to the standard of his customer experience, of course he will not use them. So it's really matching what are the skills of the SME, and we need to develop the SMEs to have the right skills. Nobody's going to say no. For instance, Uber, what do they use? It's taxi drivers. But they have a certain standard that the Uber drivers have to meet. And that, if that happens, then everybody does it. For instance, today you see a Masalat is coming in. It's actually taken over the businesses of the smaller taxi drivers. The reason why the taxi drivers are losing their business is because they don't want to conform to the new requirements. Where, for instance, I'm sure all of you know, tourism industry depends on the customer experience. It comes in through a fantastic airport, alhamdulillah, we have one today. But then he comes out and he gets a taxi, the yellow and white ones or whatever, and somebody cheats him with a drive of 5 riyals and charges him 20 riyals. So he's got a bad experience, immediately comes out of the airport. So, but if we do it correctly, get those SMEs involved, engaged, and accept that these platforms will enable them, then basically you have a good medium. And actually, companies today do not want to have capital or assets. They have no assets. Uber does not have an asset. Aramex today, they have a lot of assets, but very light assets, you see. So companies are going away from the assets to no assets. So it's a fantastic opportunities for the SMEs. But they have to live up to the mark. But who will make that happen? It is really the bigger companies, because they will have the platforms. They will have the right things. So now is to engage the SMEs, bring them on board, train them to do the right thing. And basically, if you see that, Omani SMEs can excel because they want it. The Omanis are not afraid to do good jobs. I know a lot of Omanis who are heavy-duty drivers in Oman, and they actually do a great job. Safety is high. Why? Because they are being enabled by a good organization to live up to the standards. So the customer gets their customer experience, and the SMEs thrive because the platform is there to manage them and to make sure that the compliance requirements are there. So SME, I think, can play a huge role in logistics, but we've got to get it right.
Thank you very much for that answer. And I think that's all the time that we have for this panel. We'll open up the floor for any questions from the audience. If not, these guys have been amazing. They're around. You can talk to them at any given time. Big round of applause for our panelists, please.
Can we just have a group picture of you guys together? That was a mic drop. A big round of applause, please, for our panelists. Thank you, gentlemen, and thank you, Mohammed, for moderating that panel. So it's time for our last panel before we end the conference today. Healthcare and education are two pillars of Oman's economic growth and social development. The Sultanate has made a tremendous progress on these two fronts, but there's a scope to do a lot more. And we foresee new opportunities emerging in these two critical areas in the coming years. The topic of our next panel discussion is transformation in healthcare and education and emerging opportunities. Now, to probe further on the subject, I'm going to start by inviting our first panelists. And the first one to come up is Mr. Nasser Bata on stage, the co-founder and chief executive officer of Star Care Hospital Group, consolidates the company's business expanding operations on a large scale in the Sultanate of Oman. He has 2 decades of proven excellence in handling a variety of challenging roles across the globe in executive management, driving business expansion. Please help me in welcoming Mr. Nasser Bata to the stage. Our next panelist is Mr. Trevor Fernandez, Assistant General Manager, Bahwan Healthcare. He's a veteran in the pharmacy business and the healthcare business, and he has spent over 25 years in the sector. Please help me in welcoming Mr. Trevor Fernandez to the stage. Our next panelist is Dr. Manuela I'm going to get the name wrong. I'm sorry, Dr. Gutebrelet. I'm not very good at the name. So she's been in the PR manager for the German University of Technology in Oman since its establishment in 2007. She's also a tourism geographer and independent researcher. She has also worked as a freelance journalist for Agence France Presse and the Deutsche Welle TV, apart from many other media houses. She's been living in Oman since 2004 and has been closely associated with Oman's educational sector. Please help me in welcoming Dr. Manuela on stage. And to moderate the panel, we have another rising star from Al-Izz Islamic Bank, Mohammed Al-Bahrani. He's the Senior Manager of Investment Banking at Al-Izz Islamic Bank. He was involved in the landmark government of Oman's debut international $2 billion sukuk issuance and a strategic deal in the higher education sector with Oman Education Services, which is UTEC. He's currently working on several strategic deals for the bank in the education, healthcare, fisheries, real estate, and hospitality sector. Please help me in welcoming Mohammed Bahrani.
Thank you very much. And thank you for all for staying this late. I know it's tiring after a long day. This panel will be different from other panels. So we will be talking about healthcare and then education. So the first half, we're going to split it to healthcare, Mr. Nasser and Trevor. And after that, we'll go to Dr. Manuela about education. Now, we're not going to talk about supply chain per se. In healthcare, we will be more focusing on private sector participation and opportunities for SMEs. And in the education sector, we'll be talking about enabling the human nature. As earlier been said by panelists, there's no technology without people and empowering people. So we'll be looking at how to provide that platform for the people going forward. Now, without further ado, we're going to start with healthcare. Now, me personally, for the last 10 or even not 10, 5 years, noticed there's been a huge growth in private sector hospitals. And Star Care has been one of the leading players in this. What is the key driver of this growth? Mr. Nasser?
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum. Thank you for having me here. Yes, we've been here for about 9 years. I think next year we will probably, 21 probably, we will close 10 years. When we came here first in the beginning, early days, see the government healthcare system is so good in this country that there was no need for private sector to develop as such. But as we came in, there were some other players, and we saw there were still opportunities to probably grow in that sector. Primarily, our growth has come from focusing on quality. So we were one of the hospitals who got the first JCI accreditation within the first year. We focused on that, so we built the hospital to suit the JCI needs. Secondly, it was our doctors. I think doctors are very important in the healthcare business because end of the day, it's like the chef in the restaurant. You know, if you have the right doctor, then people trust them, and the trust is very important to create, and that makes it easy for people to come back to your hospitals. Service is also equally important because when people come to us, it's for cure, obviously, but cure isn't just about the physical illness, it's also the mental peacefulness and the happiness you need to get through the environment and the experience they go. So I think these are the three main things we focused on. Location has been good to us, so we were the first ones in that part of the world, so that helped us too.
Okay, thank you very much. And as you mentioned, having the right doctor is important, and having even the right medicine is important. Now, pharmacies has seen the same growth around the nation. How did you, from your experience, Mr. Trevor, in Bahwan Pharmacy, see the dynamic changing, and how did you tackle?
Well, Your Excellencies, esteemed speakers, ladies and gentlemen, in fact, it's a long story. I'd go back almost 3 decades since I've been here. When I came into Oman, there was nobody manufacturing pharmaceuticals, no pharmaceutical factory. And that was the first tick that I put in my notebook, is we must have a pharmaceutical factory here in Oman. The next is we need to have the products. And therefore, registration was important. And what is registration, basically? Having the products registered means the stability, the temperature requirements, and so on. And then finally, the territory. Oman is 310,000 square kilometers, which is the second largest country after Saudi Arabia. Thanks to the vision and direction of His Majesty Sultan Qaboos bin Said, roads were built all over Oman into the nitty-gritties and interiors of the place. And therefore, we come to the next thing, is supply chain. When we say supply chain, who, for what? Supply chain is meant for the customer. Customer should be satisfied. Right from the start to the finish. The customer wants something, you give it to him, he is satisfied, he smiles, your job is done. But if he is unhappy, something more needs to be done to keep him satisfied. So there must be a customer focus, there must be a customer satisfaction, and there must be continuous improvement. Even now, we are improving. Then what next? We import products from around the world. We receive them at the airports. They need clearance. Again, to the supply chain. We were lucky. After a few years, the customs duty of 5% was removed. Ministry of Health was very cooperative, and they worked along with us to take off all the obstacles. So the products come into our warehouse, part of supply chain. We need good warehouses, and ministry ensured that with good inspections, and they guided us so our supply chain was intact. In fact, in the pharmaceutical sector, we deal with a very delicate aspect of the supply chain, maintaining the temperature control products. We also deal with products that should be between 2 to 8 degrees. So now, when it comes into our warehouse, then out to the customers. Who are our customers? Hospitals. At that time, there were no hospitals. Initially, 80% of supplies went to the government, 20% to the private market. Today, things are changing. And we are gearing up to meet that demand. Now it's almost 50-50. 50% to the government, 50% to the private market. Then, reaching the interior parts of Oman is very important. So we set about training the people, training the drivers, training our supply people who went with the vans, and to keep the customer happy is not easy. If a supplier goes and just throws the box at the customer, he's upset. So we had follow-up of our medical reps who went around the country to ensure customer satisfaction. And with that, you see the chain was complete. So supply chain is not only just putting it into a box and giving it to the customer. No, the customer must be happy. And I tell you, ladies and gentlemen, we have come a long way. And today, we have got also the National Pharmaceutical Industries, which was started by the Bhavan Group. And we have a share even till this day. The first pharmaceutical factory that was started in Oman in 2001. Initially, we faced a lot of resistance, but later on, the supply of these products went all over Oman. And today, I'm happy to inform you that the supply of these products goes all over the GCC and to several other countries. So that's how we are trying to ensure the supply chain perfect. Then came vaccines. See, the steps slowly we are increasing and improving. Vaccines. Releasing vaccines from the airport is not easy. We have to release the vaccines within 6 hours of arrival to maintain the proper chain. We are dealing also not only with supply chain, but with cold chain. So the vaccines have to reach the ministry warehouse 6 hours after they land. Special preparations have to be made for that. They are received. Then again, the cold chain has to be maintained. They're checked for the temperature at the government warehouse. And then the long trek back to the ministry for vaccinations of the patients. So thereby, ladies and gentlemen, you see that we have completed the entire chain. And we have not finished there. We are still improving. Today, with the private market coming up, they say, now, we want the product now. And therefore, we are gearing up for that kind of a supply to be made. It will come. They say, tough times never last, tough people do. And I'm sure we will complete that quite soon. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's been very insightful. You've touched upon infrastructure, how it's important, and some of the supply chain. Now, globally, there's been a change, and Mr. Rad also touched upon this, the coming up of e-commerce. Now, what's your opinion on this? Now, locally in Oman, over-the-counter drugs, because of regulation, you cannot trade within e-commerce. But going forward, what do you probably suggest as a regulation, or what your thoughts on it overall?
See, selling pharmaceutical products and medicines by e-commerce may not be possible because it requires a prescription. It requires a counseling. The patient requires counseling on the treatment schedule and the dose he needs to take. So pharmaceutical products may not be possible. Also, temperature has to be maintained. Below 24 degrees for the normal products and then 2 to 8 degrees for cold chain products. So that may not be possible for e-commerce. But there is a silver lining. For the OTC products, like maybe toiletries, cosmetics, a way could be found so that supplies could be done on that basis.
That's good to know. Thank you very much. Now, Mr. Nasser, you have an extensive experience in not just healthcare, but also aviation, technology, and investment. Correct me if I'm wrong. Sure. Now, did these experiences help you in developing a business model for StarCare? And going forward, what is the emerging now business model? How is it changing in the market?
Thank you. I guess, you know, you learn in every industry. So I did move from various industries, and we consider hospitals probably a mixture of many industries. So there is service, there is manufacturing, there is logistics, and there is also technology. So technology is obviously growing big time in the healthcare business. The market is changing, so market is no more now specifically focusing on hospitals. First, everything was a general hospital. Now the focus is more on specialized hospitals. So centers, we will be opening next year, early next year, our mother and child hospital, that will be the first of its kind in Oman, where you specifically focus to a market segment. There are others working on other specialties like diabetes, cardiovascular issues. So you move away from a general health management to more specialized health management. There's also, talking about SMEs and things, a lot of people putting efforts in looking at home care. Home care is another area where we see developments happening. Long-term care, which has not come into Oman, but it's there in the other GCC. I think there are entrepreneurs looking at that because a lot of people, as they get old, they need long-term care, and they don't need to be in a hospital environment, but they need to be taken care of with adequate resources. Rehabilitation is another area where there are developments happening. So the models are obviously evolving, and it's influenced by technology and the demand in the marketplace. So yeah, there are changes, but and to answer your other question, how it's helping me in Star Care, obviously we are looking at various, I think we are the first hospital to be licensed for home care. We tested that with our midwives for the mothers. It did not work too well because I think there are a lot of logistical issues we need to deal with, but we will come back with that probably next year. Well thought in process, yeah.
Thank you very much. You touched upon home care and rehab. Now there's a growing trend on smart healthcare. For example, when I go to a hospital, the first question they ask is, do you have a file with us? Did you open something with us? Did you come previously? Now the idea of smart healthcare, in a nutshell, similar to current application as Talabat or Akid, to use an example, there's a single database where you have all your information on it. If you go to multiple different hospitals, probably then the doctor will have a track record on this. What are your thoughts on this? And do you think when will this be implemented in Oman, and can it work?
Yeah. Earlier, the hospitals retained the files of patients, and you could only access it through going to the hospital or with the permission of the hospital. And I think we are all looking at opportunities to probably give access to patients over their files, which belong to them from anywhere they are, so they can, if they want to go to a second doctor, they don't have to go through the whole process again. They have access to all the data, and that can make it easy for them. Data is becoming so huge, so managing data and making sure the technology is in place to access that's very critical. There's a lot of technological developments happening in the healthcare industry. If you look at it from the artificial intelligence side with the cognitive technology, diagnostics are changing. The watches we wear today read a lot of our vital signs. How can we link those into the hospital and better manage a patient are areas we are looking at. We have just launched, for example, last 2 weeks back, a new product in our business called Saha Clinics. Saha Clinic is primarily a primary care center, which we want to take into out of city and more in rural areas where people can have access to good care. We're trying to keep the cost as low as possible for that. And for that, we're looking at technology to manage the vital signs so we can depend less on people, and machines can do a lot of vital sign checks before they can see the doctor, so the doctor can see more patients because doctors cost money. So we're trying to see how best we can manage it. Sure, there's a lot of developments, yes, and we're looking at them.
Thank you very much. This has been very insightful. Trevor, you touched upon earlier like how much the market has grown. Initially, there was no pharmacies, no manufacturers, no nothing. Now, in the current environment, what opportunities do you see for local companies within the supply chain, as you mentioned earlier? How can they pitch in? What can they bring in to the company, to the market, to the economy?
In fact, something new that can be added to the supply chain would be agencies who take over the distribution of products from the companies, who have logistics supply vans, who can expedite the supplies on a contract basis. Very often we have a lack of good contractors who can help us deliver goods. As the business is growing, we find that problem coming up, and reliable suppliers. That's another one business that's open, in fact. Secondly is that we reach all parts of Oman. Oman, as I told you, 10,000 square kilometers, right up to Duqm and beyond, and Mirbat. In fact, I've been all over Oman, and you see the possibility of opening pharmacies, and so therefore reaching out to them with trained personnel. Today, I tell you, when you talk of supply chain, we even supply equipment and material for trauma. Believe it or not, we have recruited Omani ladies who are biomedical engineers, and they take the items and go to the market and supply it. They go to the hospitals and supply it. They go to the government hospitals and they are there. So that is the type of change that is coming in. So this is a market that is open now. We need help for logistics. We need help of people who will join us, quality people. And that is the change that will have to come.
Thank you very much. And Mr. Nasser, your input as well. What do you think about opportunities for SMEs within the healthcare as well?
See, SMEs will continue to grow and they will have opportunities. Sorry, excuse me. SMEs will continue to grow and they will have opportunities. If you look at Oman right now, we have roughly about 4.5 to 4.9 million people. Only 450,000 of that is insured. The rest is not insured. The government hospitals take a lot of burden on them to support people who are not insured. Mandatory insurance is coming in later this year, hopefully early next year, and that will change a lot. A lot more people will be insured. And when a lot more people are insured, the needs within the healthcare sector will increase. I'll give you a good example. Last week, so we're setting up this mother and child hospital. So we primarily focus on the medical needs of our customers. But there are things the mother and the child needs beyond just medical needs. So we were looking at wellnesses and what we can provide them. And we were astonished to see there was a group of Omani ladies, young entrepreneurs, who had set up a clinic which focuses on prenatal and postnatal care for the mothers. So we called them and they came in and we talked. And we're now looking at how we can collaborate with them so they can open something within the hospital for us and grow. So we will have to continue to encourage people who have the desire to grow. I mean, Mushraf was a good example, for example, what we saw earlier today. I mean, there are a lot of entrepreneurs and I think they will find the niches within our marketplace to grow. And I'm pretty sure that will continue to grow.
Thank you very much, Nasser and Trevor, for your insights. We end that for the healthcare section. If anybody has any questions regarding healthcare.
I'm not a doctor, I need to tell you that.
Okay, then we'll just continue to the education now section. Now, there were supposed to be more and more panelists for education, but Dr. Manuela is on her own, so I promised her we'll take it easy, as in a conversation between friends. Okay, now me personally, first I've been going down the expressway. When I first saw geotech, one of the first things that caught my mind, how state-of-the-art the building was. Then I went inside and saw how state-of-the-art the facilities were. Professors, the way they conduct their studies, their labs. Now, being pioneers, or one of the leading pioneers here in the country, what do you have in the future? What is the new courses you're trying to introduce to this market, to this changing market?
Well, first of all, thank you very much for the kind invitation. I think I'm one of the, or the only female panelists throughout the day. So thank you very much for the invitation.
It's good to have.
I'm really very honored to speak about the university, the German University of Technology in Oman, that was established not a long time ago, in 2007. And in the beginning, yeah, we were in a beach campus, not far away from here. And so we moved from the beach campus to an airport campus just beside the airport. And constantly, the university has been growing from 60 students at the beginning in 2007 to now more than 2,000 students. And by the way, most of our students are girls as well. So we try to empower girls and to meet...
You have lots of fans.
Yeah, as well. I mean, to meet as well the demand in the job market. I think a sustainable society needs women participation as well. So our programs have started with bachelor programs. We started urban planning, architectural design in the beginning, and computer science, applied geosciences, and sustainable tourism. These were the 4 programs we started in 2007. Then we introduced as well, a few years later, we introduced engineering programs in process engineering, environmental engineering, and mechanical engineering. And now we have as well logistics and international business and service management. So, and by the way, as well, the logistics programs is one of the strongest programs now with many students. And we recently introduced as well master programs in different fields, in architecture, in engineering, and MBA as well, in cooperation with the university in Austria, and in computer science, in cooperation with our partner university in Germany and a university in Belgium.
I understand that more than actually providing education, you actually also provide something you called life counsel support or concept.
Well, not really.
If you can remind me what it is.
I mean, yeah, we have introduced a special course called life skill courses for all the students, and in addition, we have as well creative design for all students, regardless. I mean, if they study computer science or architecture or engineering, they have to do creative design, just to improve creativity, to help students to think out of the box and to solve problems in a creative way. And we have life skill courses, which are similarly where usually now we go out with the students and they're taught in a block course, and we teach them to work in groups, team building, leadership skills, and just to be outside as well, be outside the classroom. And in addition, we are also always trying to connect with the industry. I mean, all students have to conduct internships throughout their study programs, and we have close cooperation with our German partner university and other universities, mainly in Germany. And we conduct excursions to different universities in Germany, or even recently our logistics students went to Germany to do a tour around and visited different companies like DHL, for example, in Germany. So we always try to connect the practice and the theory in the classroom. I think it's too boring just to study in the classroom. I mean, you need to get out and face the reality as well.
No, that's very interesting. I agree with that. And I understand that other than actually just providing education and for the students, you actually go out to the community as well. You start even before university, you go to high schools, international schools, try to increase awareness. Can you elaborate on that as well?
Yes, we have been trying to connect with the community, well, through the media, the traditional media, but as well through social media, creating awareness about what we are doing at the university, about different topics. And as well, we go to the schools. Well, I personally, I have been going to international schools like the Indian school here, or various Indian schools, or other international schools, or French school. And we create awareness about our programs. I mean, I realize that many school students don't really know what does it mean to study urban planning or logistics. Many school students need more information and need to be informed in depth about their study programs in advance.
One of the things I really liked about geotech, I'm not trying to be biased, my brother was in geotech. So one of his projects actually was doing robotics. He was mechanical engineering, so I was really interested in that. I saw how practical the university was. Other things, what I've seen from the newspaper, that you were encouraging students in going into competition, like for the Eco House, and they have the Shell Eco Marathon. Is this something that you do hand in hand with the private sector? How do you develop these kind of programs or interactions?
Well, usually, yes, through our professors. They encourage the students to participate in different competitions here in the region, but as well internationally. So our students even participated in Google competitions and in the US or regionally. Even one of our graduates is representing Google now. What did your brother study? Computer science?
Mechanical engineering.
Okay, mechanical engineering. So in engineering, we have the Shell Eco Marathon. Our students, a group of students are creating every year an eco-friendly car. And this year they participated in, I think it was in Singapore, and along with SQU. And I think already participating in a competition is great for the students, and to be part of a larger team, and to see, to meet other students, and to be abroad as well.
I think that's very good. That's very important for vocational and practical training, actually, for people, especially going into industries and supply chain and everything. That was very insightful. Thank you very much, Dr. Manuela.
By the way, and
Yes.
I just want to add something. For example, for the Shell Eco Marathon, we're always looking as well for support from the industry. And if you think this is a good idea to support, we are welcome, or we would be happy to be in contact with you. As well for other competitions, industry, excursions, or internships. We are always looking for industry partners for the university.
I can see Asiyad nodding his head. I think you got somebody right now. No, thank you very much. That was the last question for our education. Anybody has any questions for our panelists? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Was there a question?
Sorry, there's a question. There's a question in the back.
Thank you. Is this on? Yeah, thank you. Nick Hubbard from Muscat University. One of the themes of the day, in fact, in every single session, education has been mentioned, which is quite interesting that the final session, the final speaker is in the education field, but it actually underpins everything that we do. If we relate it to logistics and supply chain, we know that globally there is a mismatch of demand and supply in terms of logistics and supply chain managers. I'm sure the industrialists here have struggled over the years to find appropriate people, both from within Oman and also from outside Oman, to come and work within their organizations. So it's very interesting that GU Tech and the other colleges and universities in Oman have developed logistics and supply chain management undergraduate degree programs, and at Muscat University we're offering master's programs, part-time basis for those in work. But what is actually going to happen in a couple of years' time is that you will have several hundred graduates coming out of these undergraduate programs, more undergraduate graduates than there is in the whole of the United Kingdom coming out of logistics programs. My question to the industrialists, and perhaps people on the panel, and particularly the previous panel, is, are these jobs going to be available at the right level? I have spoken with a company just this week. They pay graduate trainees 5 riyals a day, and that's it, which is not achievable for anybody to live off if they're having to sustain themselves. So I suppose the question is, the education is very important, the human capital at all levels, whether it be school, training, post-school training, higher education, postgraduate, very, very important. But we do have to address this issue that the market is soon going to be swamped in Oman with these very, very well-qualified, fantastic graduates who are looking for good jobs. And I would like to hope that those jobs will become available within logistics and supply chain. Thank you.
Any of you want to answer that question, or should I direct that? I think since it's based on the logistics, Sanjeev, how about you give an answer to that question? Can we get a mic for Sanjeev, please?
I think there is no easy way to answer this, but the point of capability building is that you have more reliance on in-house capability than on outside resources. And of course, there is always the gap between having the expat population fill in. Now, the whole idea of bringing the capability in-house and having our education institutes provide world-class graduates is not only for Oman's sustenance, but it's also in order to bring Oman as the center of excellence for logistics activities and for logistics capabilities within the region. So what I would definitely want to emphasize is that we were not trying to shy away from the job creation part of it. The job creation is definitely going to be there. We see the sector growing very, very strongly. There is a healthy growth being registered in the sector. But at the same time, we are trying to match the existing skills with what our expectations are, right? So while you try to bring world-class organizations and global leaders like DHL, Aramex, and DB Schenkers into Oman, they will be trying to bring their global standards into the country. So we have to definitely up our side of the educational portfolio to make sure that we have graduates who are at par with their expectations. And by all means, while those opportunities are not only for say services within Oman, we're looking at internships being provided by most organizations. In my previous role within DHL, we had interns taken from various educational institutes in Oman, and they were sent for 2-year internship programs across the world. So they would actually spend 6 months in 4 different countries, understanding the international culture, understanding the best practices, and with that knowledge, then they come back to Oman, and then they try to incorporate themselves as the middle management leaders who will then take up proper positions of leadership. So we see that there is a growth path created. There is always the opportunity. And nevertheless, my final comment would obviously be that since we are so much on entrepreneurship, the focus is very, very strong. So we shouldn't always rely on jobs being there. It's about you creating the job not only for yourself, but also for others within the sector. And that is the classic case of how the SME development and the incubation programs in the country are now trying to focus on. So we're trying to create a new opportunity. You try to create a new blockchain company. You will not only employ yourself, you're going to be employing 10 more people. And with that, there is the growth of a new idea, a new area for the sector to service. Same goes for most of the other technology elements. The same goes for services in general as well. When you consider last mile delivery organizations, you consider electronic brokerage, freight forwarding across the electronic channels. All kinds and measures of activities and services are now developing because of the digital economy. You are not really glued to saying, I need to have a desk and a piece of paper to do something. People have ideas which are translated automatically into electronic versions, and then you have a web portal which will provide a service. So I see there is a very strong expectation from the industry for jobs. And while those are being created organically, we definitely would like to encourage the entrepreneurial spirit within the student community as well, to see that they can come up with some really, really bright ideas. We want to see some unicorns in Oman as well, people who can then put Oman on the world map to say innovation happened here. This is where the company was born. So, I mean, in some form and shape, while we do take the ownership in some cases, of course, we would like to throw it back to the community as well, saying, how can you help us achieve this together? And that would be my question back to our friends from the academia.
All right. Thank you very much. Big round of applause to our panelists. Thank you very much. Can we just have a group picture of you guys, please? And a big round of applause to Mohammed Bahrani for handling that panel in a very excellent way. Now that brings us to the end of the first OER Supply Chain Conference presented by Al-Izz Islamic Bank. You guys have been a great audience, and we hope that you had a great day listening to all the experts that we had, and to the interesting discussions and the presentations that we had as well. I'm going to start by thanking our exhibition partners, Business Gateway International, Jaeger, Gulf Petrochemical Services and Trading, our media partners, Business Live, ME, Times of Oman, Al Shabiba, Anam Al Iqtisad Wal A'mal, Oil and Gas Review and Dossier, plus our print partners, Al Anan Printing. Now today's event was managed by UMS Live, the specialist events and conference arm of United Media Services. And before we leave, on behalf of Al-Izz Islamic Bank, I would also like to give a huge, huge thank you to OER for partnering with us and helping us make this a success. And especially, I would like to call out, I don't think he's in the room right now, but Alpana is here or not, but they have an excellent person on board called Akshay Bhatnagar. There he is. He really deserves a big, big round of applause. And thank you all for being here. We're going to have a number of events coming up, series of events based on supply chain and other aspects, and we hope that we will have you guys present at those events as well. Thank you for being with us, and I hope you have a very wonderful evening.